got some people rolling in now, so we'll be starting just at 1 o'clock. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Biffa, for the heads up. I was talking quite a bit there, but just wishing everyone a happy holidays, and thanks for joining the stream. I started out today's video back in Market Square and showing off a little bit of the festivities that I kind of detailed over there. Head back real quick just to kind of show that off. But yeah, first time going live. Obviously there's going to be a few mistakes, but thank you for being in the chat and letting me know about that. But yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm going to be working on a shopping plaza today in the spirit of Christmas. I'm going to be working on the Waterfront, which is kind of a shopping plaza over in Homestead. And this is the farthest we've worked outside of the city so far for the Pittsburgh project. Moch, who's in the chat, design this target asset, which is going to be the key item for today's episode. But yeah, before I figured out that I was having some mic issues there, I was just talking about how I like using these Hockenheim 95 roads. They work extremely well for these US style builds, so I'm just about to head over here and start drawing out some roads to start off today's build. And to do that, I'm going to be starting off with this Big Roads 4-lane US road. Later on in the build, I'll also be showing off a little bit of the city, so stick around for that. Some stuff that I haven't shown off yet in any of the episodes. Pittsburgh has quite a few Easter eggs and hidden details that I haven't quite gotten a chance to show off on camera yet, so I'm excited to show those off today. I hope everybody out there is having a good Christmas and happy holidays if you celebrate. It's been a quiet and cold day over here. Now, of course, sometimes it's easier to just draw roads before trying to get them perfect. Because there's always move it. But yeah, today, working on the waterfront. This shopping plaza is pretty large, so hoping that today's stream we can get a good portion of it finished. Just trying to get the right roads here first, so I don't have too much work to do later on. It's funny, the area that I'm working on has actually been extremely cold lately. For those of you who use Celsius out there, it was actually about the same in Celsius and in Fahrenheit, because it got to around -30, at least for the wind chill. The actual temperature wasn't nearly as cold. So it's been a very cold Christmas over there. Now, of course, the mod that I'm using here to show off the road overlay is called Image Overlay 2. But for these parking centers, as you can see on Google Earth here, they don't quite show the actual parking area. And the roads that go around that parking area. So I'm just trying to guess where those are at right now and draw them out. You can see me kind of flying around Google Earth to try to see where these roads bend, where they're straight, and kind of how I need to position them. But I'll probably come back and finish like fixing these up later on. The key asset today in today's build is actually this target asset, as I was mentioning before, by Moch. He's in the chat right now, and I'm excited to show this asset off because I think it looks really nice. This large-scale target asset. It's going to be brand new to the workshop, I believe, after this stream ends, but yeah. The workshop was kind of needing one of these large-scale targets. Not quite the largest format target, actually, that's out there. There's super targets as well that are a little bit larger, but this is one of the, I guess, if you would say if there's an extra large, this would be the large version. I'm going to be using a lot of assets from King Leno today as well. I haven't really done a large-scale shopping plaza before, so this is kind of new to me. Just kind of seeing how these buildings fit into the grid here. And I try to just have Google Earth open on my other monitor so I can get this like as close as possible. But yeah, as you can see, this target asset fits perfectly for this target asset that you see, or target building that you'd see in Pittsburgh. Just about the same size and detail, so I was excited to see this come out. Now, there's no exact asset that I can use for this, I guess it's a DXL. Men's apparel store. So what I'm going to do for this is try to find something similar. Now it looks like a low commercial or maybe an office building would be best. And for buildings like this, it looks roughly about 2 by 5 or maybe 2 by 6 square. So I'm just going to put that into Find It and try to find something similar. Hey Terrell, this is the Waterfront. So just zooming out a little bit. The Waterfront is a shopping plaza in Homestead. So I was mentioning a little bit earlier in the stream that this is pretty far outside the city, but just to give some reference here, there's downtown way in the background. So we are working pretty far outside of downtown today, which also helps a little bit for the stream quality, because Pittsburgh is getting to the point where it's a very large city, so occasionally there's like frame drops and everything, but I try to do my best to get around those with slowing down a simulation a little bit and other little tricks like that. Yeah. This part of the process is sometimes quite a bit of trial and error, just trying to find the right building. Since this is a corner, sometimes it could be helpful to just look up the word corner and find it to see what kind of corner variants that we have to work with. Hey Demetrius, welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining. And eventually sometimes you just kind of have to come back to things, because with doing really detailed one-to-one builds like this, there's not always going to be the perfect asset. So for the sake of time, I'm going to probably just move on to the left here instead and see what assets I can find for the rest of the shopping plaza. Prepared a little bit ahead of the stream today to try to make sure that I would have everything that I need. But as you can see, next to the target, we have a pretty big Giant Eagle grocery store. And for this, we have this really great asset by Co-Eagles, actually. And it's not quite the same, but it captures, what I'm looking for here out of this asset. The real one is not a Market District Giant Eagle, but close enough. James World, how much do you use PO in your builds? Quite often. In today's build, I'm going to try to avoid using it as much as possible because I do want these buildings to function, and for that, I either need to keep them as actual buildings or use service blocks. So there are going to be some buildings that I will have to PO just to make them fit how I want them to. But for the most part, I'm going to just try to do my best here, just keeping them intact. But I can show you, in this build, I have about 5,300 PO objects. Not all of them are buildings. A lot of those are also surfaces and things like that, but I do use it a fair amount. And of course, next to the Giant Eagle, we have a Marshall's, but I wasn't able to find a Marshall's asset on the workshop. So, because there's also a little bit less space here, it seems, compared to real life, I'm probably just going to have this Bed Bath & Beyond doing double duty for both the Bed Bath & Beyond in real life as well as his Marshalls next door. There's quite a few more stores actually in this strip mall, so we'll have to see how much I can actually fit in here. Yeah, there's some great tutorials out there. Oh, and Marco, yep, I did not forget about that road. I will have to just move these over just a little bit. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, we've got these kind of service roads that lead to the back behind these buildings, just allowing trucks to make deliveries, and that's a detail that I'm probably going to finish up a little bit later in the build, because that will lead me into detailing some of the trucks and trailers that go back there. Now, one thing I will do outside of using PO is I'm going to try to see what buildings here have color maps, and I'm going to just use this recolor mod. I forget which mod does this. I think it might be Painter or a version of Painter, and just get these roughly the same tone. Want them to kind of look cohesive here, like they're all part of the same shopping center. Might just bring this one a little bit into the red to give it more of a red brick look than it currently has. Of course, with PO you have a lot more control over things like that. North Sea Dog, yes, this is the Waterfront shopping center in Homestead. Just placing some buildings down now to try to fill it out and get a sense of how many assets I need to use here. And I should have some more of these large kind of shopping center assets. Just have to go looking for them. Of course, I could use maybe... that's a little bit too tall. All about finding the right assets. Mod temporarily hide districts for FPS. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Moch. I did not know. I used to use Toggle It, but that mod was recently causing me some issues. Nothing wrong with the mod itself, it's just I think some of the stuff that I use may conflict with it, because I am running about 90 different mods, so I try to eliminate any mod conflicts that I have that cause issues or FPS drops. Now, it seems that I don't have any of these large-scale shops, like in addition to the ones that I've already placed, so I'm just going to take this one again, and I'm going to PO this and see what kind of signs I can put on it. Maybe I have a good TJ Maxx sign. I think this would go well as an REI. Sometimes, even in 1-on-1s, you have to take a few creative liberties just for the sake of sanity. Go ahead and put this right on the front using PO. Well, actually not using PO, this is just a sign prop. Then holding Alt here while I tap page up to get it right in the perfect spot. Now, these sign props come off of Gilded Age's new asset that he actually created for Pittsburgh in the south side. I'm just kind of placing these on the building. holding control here for fine movement to get this right in the perfect spot. And then a new trick that I learned somewhat recently is that in Move It, if you have the new prop Anarchy, you can actually use the comma and period buttons to shrink or make props larger. So I'm going to go ahead and just make these a little bit smaller to fit in these kind of places where you would imagine signs would be on this building. I think that looks pretty good. Just for a few minutes of detailing. I'll come back and make these more detailed later on, but again, I just kind of want to fill this out and see how much space I have to work with before I get into detailing too much, because if I do start detailing, then that would be a lot more work to start moving later on if I do like run out of space or something like that. Now, as you can see, I'm looking at this Lowe's on Google Earth. I'm just kind of preparing here. I see that the road turns a little bit at the end, so I'm going to go ahead and just use Network Multi-Tool to put another node maybe right here. Grab all of these and just move them over a tad. It also looks we have a little bit of a bend here. So I'm going to have to try to recreate that as well. Just drag that down. That does the job. That will get the bend right at the end there, pretty good. I can always come back and touch that up later. Yep, I can do a city tour soon here. I'm just going to place down these buildings and kind of get the general idea of the waterfront first. But yeah, I do plan to show off some of the city. There's a lot that I haven't shown off actually at all on video yet, so I'm excited to get to that. I'm looking right now for a flat road. I think it might be this one. Oh, there we go. This is the one I was looking for. Perfect. And this road actually looks like it has the same angle. Just add another node in real quick here. Because that will match right back up with this road, it seems like, if I look at it from above. And now I can bring this rural road to kind of simulate this one right here, which has no markings or real curves to it, and connect that up to the main road. Now that has gravel, so I actually do want to change that real quick. Just change that to pavement. And perfect. Now I'm ready to put down the lows. Now this asset's quite a bit smaller than what I want for this shopping center lows that I'm working on. This asset might be a little bit older, so I'm going to adjust it in PO. Of course, doing this, I lose the props, so I'll have to come back and add those back. This is why PO comes such in handy for these type of builds, because that asset would have been almost unusable if it wasn't for this mod. But now I can actually make this just about perfect. If I just drag that here. Hey comrade, thanks for joining. Not late at all, we're just getting started here with the waterfront and finishing up our first line of buildings to get ready for some detailing later on. And I'm happy to say that only 2 of them were actually PO'd, so not too much work to be done with service blocks here to get them functional again. Yes, I love these trains. So these are actually 110 cars long, and I don't recommend using them in your city unless you have a really strong rail network, because even in Pittsburgh, which is just covered in rail and realistic rail infrastructure, these still sometimes occasionally will cause backups, but they're really cool to see go through the city. Pittsburgh is kind of known as being the steel city, so I try to get these coal trains, because you'd see these a lot in real life, transporting coal back and forth. Coal is used to power the steel plants that are slowly being phased out, but definitely still exist in the city. Now, I see that this lumber yard here has a 2-lane, 1-way road going through that. So I want to use one of these blank roads actually by TDW. And I'm going to connect that in with the same node, but I'm going to fix that up later in node controller. This will just save me an extra node, and still keep the same look that I'm kind of desiring here. When you're doing large city projects like this, you always have to be mindful of your node limits. So whenever you can save a node, it's always recommended. In fact, I'm going to get rid of this node here too, because I don't think I need that. And just kind of work in node controller here. Node controller is extremely powerful, especially after these recent updates. I can kind of just set these around so that this entrance looks nice. This node also looks a little bit redundant here, so I'm going to get rid of that. And yeah, that's just about right there. Bring this out just a little bit more. Planning to do Midwest cities. The theme of the channel, for the most part, is Rust Belt, or at least it has been so far. So the 2 cities I'm working on, Pittsburgh and Rochester, fit that theme very well, and I chose them for many different reasons, but I kind of just want to recreate these Rust Belt cities because I think they kind of start as a good model just for like a basis of improvement. You know, these cities were, for the most part, they went through their golden era long ago, and kind of, I guess it could be primed for revitalization, at least in the way of like city planning and like modern city planning techniques, because they seem to usually be heavily car dependent, lacking proper transit systems and stuff like that. So that's something I want to take these cities and just use them as a basis to improve upon. But I haven't quite decided on my next city yet. But I do want to keep with the Rust Belt theme for now. Pittsburgh has quite a little bit left to go for it too, so no plans for another city for a little while. I think in my head, I guess planning Pittsburgh, I have about maybe 24 months left of work left to do with it. We just released episode 20 on the highways in the north side. And I kind of want to make it at least a 50 episode series just for the recreation part. Maybe a little bit shorter, we'll see how that goes. But ideally I want to make this a very long-term project. Maybe even 100 episodes. But yeah. That kind of covers the waterfront here. So I guess take a quick break from this. It's always nice to take breaks when doing these type of builds and show off some stuff that I haven't shown off before on camera. Now the city is really expanding, and I've done some stuff off camera as well before I even started on YouTube, so might as well start showing that off first. One of my favorite parts of the city that I've done is Mount Washington, and this is not 100% complete yet, but I can show off some parts of it. Grandview Ave here, as it kind of overlooks the city, is a really cool area. As you can see, we've got some buses coming up here as well. I think this should be the Mount Washington line. Yep, the 40 Mount Washington bus here. Yep, Merry Christmas, James. Hope everybody is having a good holidays out there. How far into the suburbs are you going to go with Pittsburgh? I can actually show that off too. Yeah, so I have a good amount of the road network planned out. And as you can see, anything with roads is something that I plan to try to finish at the minimum. So we've got a good portion of Oakland finished. I still have to finish Central Oakland here, and of course there's one building that a lot of people are looking forward to. The Cathedral of Learning would go just about here, and I'm still working on trying to find an asset or commission an asset for that. It's been very difficult because that building, I'll show it off on Google Earth as well, for those of you who are not familiar with Pittsburgh. But this building is really beautiful. Built in, I think, the late 1920s. This building is late Gothic Revival architecture. It's part of the University of Pittsburgh. Hey, Dirty H, thanks for joining. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, just talking about the Cathedral of Learning. I hope one day I can find someone who would be willing to take this on as a commission, but for now it's just empty in the city here, and it's unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully I get to that at some point. Showing off a little bit more here, some of the favorite neighborhoods I've done were actually Upper Hill. I love this view of the city from way back here in the suburbs. This was a little bit lower detail, but I still try to just capture like the general vibe of the area, the hillside, the houses. Kind of show that off here as well as I'm over here, but you can kind of see the view of the city from back here if I get them both set up at the same spot. When am I planning to take on Lawrenceville? That's a good question. I've been thinking of taking on Lawrenceville for a while and making that my next episode, but it keeps getting pushed back because if you look at Lawrenceville, I'm going to have to split it up probably into a few episodes. It's one that I really want to do in at least moderate detail. I have the road set up, and so I believe this would be Butler. And then this one right here is Penn. So there's just a few difficult builds that I've been kind of putting off this hospital up here in the top of Lawrenceville, I know is going to be very difficult to pull off. So just kind of waiting for my skills to be a little bit improved in PO before I even take that on. And then just the density of Lawrenceville as well. I believe I'm going to probably have to PO a good amount of these buildings just to keep my simulation speed good. But yeah, that's just kind of my plans for Lawrenceville. And then of course I still have to finish up the Strip District here as well to fill in that area, but I'm excited for that to all be complete. It'll be a really great view of the city once it's all complete and I can just kind of set the camera from back here. It's always nice going further and further back and having everything seem complete. But for right now I just have everything complete till about, I believe this is 21st Street, but let me just double check. This would actually be, the Audi dealership is there, so this would be 21st Street, yep. And then this is another beautiful asset that I commissioned from Bungalow Man. This is an absolute massive facility, but this is the Pennsylvania Railroad Fruit Auctions and Sales Building. And I really love how this turned out because it looks amazing. It's your neighborhood? Oh, awesome. Yeah, I love building neighborhoods like that locals actually live in, because it's always great when I can like pull something off and people are like, wow, that's my house there, or something like that. It's a really cool feeling and it's very rewarding. That's why I love doing these 1-1 builds. Hey Joseph, welcome back. I will do a POV drive here in just a second. I'll probably do one on 376 for a few minutes. Besides Cathedral of Learning, I guess other signature buildings, I have a few in the works actually. I don't want to spoil too much, and I also don't want to put pressure on the asset creators making them, so I don't want to talk too much about those yet. But there's definitely a few very famous buildings in Pittsburgh left to go, and a few of those are in progress. One thing that hasn't gone on the workshop yet, but I really love is this Heinz sign that Room Mike completed for me. I can try to show this off, and this is really cool. I don't know too many animated signs on the workshop, and I honestly have no idea how they did this, but it's really cool. I just got into asset making myself a little bit to try to make some buildings for Rochester, and knowing now like how difficult it is to 3D model and just even importing assets into the game, I think it's really impressive that they could pull off something like that, which is so cool. Another area that I really love in the city is Southside, and this is nearly complete at this point. There's only a little bit left to complete. I'll fly over there in Google Earth as well to give you a good side-to-side view. But there's some really cool buildings in the south side, and one that I actually got commissioned by Smiley's, who is one of my favorite asset creators on the workshop. They probably have created half of the city, if we're being honest, with their row homes and different wall-to-wall commercial assets. Thanks, Gorfenstein. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, I'll definitely try to post a stream later today if I can get it out there. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it when you watch later on. But talking again about the Smiley asset that I got commissioned, this is the Duquesne Brewery, their old factory building here, I believe. And it's got this really cool clock, and I'll show you all. It actually goes with the game time. And this is available on the workshop actually too if you ever want to put this in your own city. But just putting like the day-night speed on, it's really cool. And it goes well if you ever have like an industrial area, kind of industrial that meets residential and stuff. But yeah, I was really happy to see that made. It turned out amazing. let's see. I'll throw us down into a car here going on Carson so you can kind of see everything from the ground. But yeah, here's kind of what the city looks like from first person point of view. This is East Carson Street as it goes through the south side, and this is one of the areas that I really tried to detail. Are they actually building a tower in the parking lot crater by downtown? Yeah, they are. So the Lower Hill District is going through some major revitalization projects as of recently. It's part of the Lower Hill Redevelopment Initiative, and I think that building is actually First National Bank's new, not headquarters, but at least maybe their new headquarters for Pittsburgh. And in my city, it's a little bit more progressed than it is in real life. I found a really cool construction asset by, I believe they're one of the Japanese asset creators on the workshop, but it's really detailed, and yeah, I just couldn't help but put it there. Yeah, it will be pretty cool. They're going to be building quite a few new developments down there pretty soon, in the near future, I think before 2024. And it looks like this truck is just circling around looking for parking, which fits the theme for Southside. Let's see if I can hop in somewhere else and show off another area of the city. There's so much that I'm excited to show off in the stream that I haven't been able to, because I've been trying to keep my videos short as possible lately. One thing that I do want to come back and revisit for a video in the future is this, if I can find it here, the steepest road in America, and debatably the steepest road in the world, is Canton Ave over in Beechwood, or I'm sorry, Beachview. But this road over here actually has a grade of 37%. And feel free to look it up. It's a debatable topic. It's pretty controversial, the rating that it has as steepest street in America. But I did my research, and it's actually steeper than anything you'll see in San Francisco or Seattle or any of the other like well-known steep cities or hilly cities. The only road in America that potentially beats it is a kind of mountainous road in Hawaii. But if we're counting the like continental 48 states, this would be the steepest. And my detailing here is pretty sparse. So I just used, I think, maybe 12 props and 2 PO home assets. I definitely I'm planning to come back here and finish that, and make it look a little bit more like real life. Hop into Street View and show it off. But this was pretty early on in the project when I had a lot less skill in PO to be able to do stuff like this. And now that I'm understanding the tools a lot better, I feel like I can do a little bit better job. And there's someone actually taking on the hill, so you can kind of see how steep it is. And then let's actually hop into the T here and show off some more of Beachview, because this is one of the neighborhoods I really enjoy just showing off. Now these trams are made by asset creator Cristalisto, and they're really amazing. Even if you're not building Pittsburgh, I definitely recommend checking these out because they're super detailed and look great for just like your kind of like historical streetcar lines. A lot of cities in the Rust Belt and the Northeast built these streetcar lines. Or I guess they didn't build them in the 90s, but the last time they really updated them and the cars seems to be around like the late 80s, early 90s. And I really love the styling of these streetcars. Bus and train system. I do have quite a few buses in the city, so I plan to do that realistically. I think Pittsburgh has somewhere, I don't have it in front of me, and I think off the top of my head, somewhere around like 70 bus lines. Trains, there's only one train line that comes through Pittsburgh. Well, technically two. There's the Empire, I think it's the Empire corridor that goes to Chicago. And then there's the Pennsylvanian, which goes to New York City. But that's run by Amtrak. And I think there's 2 trains a day. I do have that finished. In episode 11, I took on Union Station and built that station. It's near the Strip District, which I was just showing off a little bit earlier. But yeah, that was a fun build. When I take on the revitalization part of the project, I do want to maybe bring more trains to the city. Or at least, I want to look at electrification too. I think it would be cool to see maybe the Pennsylvanian line electrified. But trains are something that I admittedly don't know very much about, so it's something that I really need to start doing more research on. When, if you're done with Pittsburgh, will you try to improve your city? Yeah, so that's the main point of the project. My channel is all about recreating and revitalizing these Rust Belt cities. So while it is the main focus right now is just recreating the city and trying to get it in one-to-one detail, the whole purpose of that is to get it as realistic as possible so that when I do revitalize the city and I bring these projects and these ideas, I want it to be based in reality. I want these projects to kind of stand as a basis for people to look at and see like how city improvements can actually improve, like city planning improvements, how they can improve people's lives, how they can make traffic better. Stuff like improving transit networks and transfer capabilities. Just expanding the actual footprint of being able to get around town using public transport. These cities that I'm working on are very car dependent, and if you look at different kind of studies on traffic, you'll see that car dependency is kind of like what they'll say is like a positive feedback loop. So as you make as you make cities more car dependent, more people are going to use cars, making the roads more full. So if you make cars or cities less car dependent, it will have the inverse effect of making people use cars less, because they're going to be walking around to get places. They're going to be using transport to get places. And that's an idea that I really want to bring to Pittsburgh, because as you can see, it's one of those cities that really got tore up during urban redevelopment in the 1950s. We're looking at these highways here, and they're just it just runs completely through the downtown and through neighborhoods, dividing them. And I made a video on that. Now, I'm not 100% for freeway removal. I don't want to do anything too radical. I know these freeways serve a purpose, and especially in Pittsburgh, where it's so many hills and rivers, that they're really needed just to get traffic around here. But there are some opportunities, I think, for some of these right-of-ways to be converted, at least in some aspect, to, for example, rail. And I don't want to give too many spoilers on that either, but I guess one project I will talk about, this is an idea that I've just kind of had floating in my head, but these HOV lanes on 279, from my research and from my visits to Pittsburgh, it seems that these are rarely utilized at all. They go both ways, and they're kind of here, it seems, to take some demand off the freeway going straight from this area of downtown and this area of downtown, and they go straight up 279 here, following this path. And they're HOV lanes that are separated all the way up until, I think, Ross Township, or maybe even further. If there's any Pittsburgh locals in the chat, feel free to check me on that, because I don't have it in front of me. But I think just taking this right-of-way, which is rarely utilized anyways, this HOV from both areas, and changing that into an LRT line, I think that could benefit the area greatly, because if you look at the history of Pittsburgh's transit, they actually used to have an LRT line that went to the north. They used to have a pretty extensive streetcar network. But in the 1950s and later, more and more car dependency. Even earlier than the 1950s, cities became more and more car dependent and saw some of that streetcar network get dissolved. There's still some remnants of that in the Pittsburgh T, but it's nothing like it used to be. Taking a quick detour, I just love watching these trains cut through the city. This area here I probably shouldn't be showing off because it's in the upcoming video, but yeah, it's just exciting to see these realistic trains using the network and everything kind of flowing smoothly. Where I live, everyone has a car. Yeah, no, cars don't need to be removed altogether. In fact, cars are necessary. I'll be the first to say that in rural America, you need a car. You can't run a bus or a train line out to every home in America. People still need cars. But it's removing some of that dependency for, let's say, people in Southside. Currently, there's only like 1 or 2 bus lines to get from Southside to Oakland. Very few people are going to make this walk across the Birmingham Bridge. For one, because it's a long walk, and 2, because it's just not safe. In the city here, because Sims don't care about safety as much, they'll take the walk from Oakland to Southside. But just imagining another transit opportunity, even just a small change like that would bring a lot of cars off the road. And that's, kind of just the whole basis of this project. I want to show the city how it is, and kind of how it could be. Cars and public transport have developed together, and yeah, that's kind of how they should. I mean, in America, because of the car lobbying that we've seen through GM and the oil companies, we've really put our dependency on our cities like completely on cars, even to the point of neglecting public transport. I think they can work well together. There's no reason to get rid of cars. There's no reason to get rid of every highway. But as long as they work well together, I think we can see some great benefits in our cities. Interchange of Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Yeah, let me show that off. This one was a very fun build. And when I say fun, I mean very tedious. But I love the way it turned out, so it was worth it. I'll show this off on Google Earth too. But I really wanted to get this spot on, and I'm happy with the results I was able to get out of it. Even with like the limitations of the nodes and highways in this game, I think I was able to get it pretty well here. There's some points, if you're a Pittsburgh local, you may notice that it's slightly different from real life, but just try to get it close enough. And these highways, I will say, built in the 50s and 60s are extremely unsafe. One such example of this is this exit here, which takes you from Beechwood Boulevard up here. And it leads to a stop sign here. No lane to merge, just 3 lanes of high-speed traffic. And you kind of have to look over your shoulder because people will also be in this lane getting ready to take off the exit to get onto Beechwood Boulevard or continue on to Squirrel Hill. So you've got this conflict point here of maybe 50 meters or less where traffic is coming in and out, and that's something that I definitely want to take a look at later on. Pittsburgh kind of has this problem of giving too many connections and options at some times, and it makes sense because of the hills again, but for the sake of safety, I think some of these highways need to be kind of revisited. And this is definitely one area that I want to revisit for that, just to see if I can try to improve the safety. But then here's the Squirrel Hill Tunnel where it takes you through, and one of the many tunnels in Pittsburgh. I'll kind of show this off too. If you haven't gotten a chance to see, I do have a first-person drive going all along 376, and it's pretty complete, so I definitely recommend checking that out if you like the first-person view drives. But I try to get this as close to one-to-one as possible. Just checking out the chat here. Thank you, Vedant. I appreciate that. Western Germany to South Switzerland by train and flight easily. Now, you can take a train across America, but it's not easy. And that's the main problem. They're making improvements for that. There's a big infrastructure bill that just passed through, and they're putting some money aside for like train transit. So I'm hopeful for the future of that. Come to the US often and try to take a bus. Yeah, when we talk about bus networks, it's all about, one of the big things with those is frequency. It's a lot less, you have a lot less incentive to take a bus if it only comes every 30 minutes. The schedule and network being poor, that's something that's pretty common across America. There's only a few cities out there that have a good bus network, as well as having like scheduled buses that come often. Any plans for doing the Regent Square region? Yes, I actually have a little bit of that complete, and I'll show it off. If you're a Pittsburgh native, you probably know about the Fern Hollow Bridge. Recently recompleted in Pittsburgh in real life. In my city, it's still in the state that it was in pretty recently after the bridge collapse. I did this scene before I started YouTube videos, and that was back when I had different buses, but I'll show you kind of how I did it here on stream. Show you some tricks in PO as well while doing this. I got these bus assets created for the city of Pittsburgh. So, just to kind of recreate this scene, I'm going to take both halves of this, I believe it's a XD60 bus, and I'm going to PO these. Because PO allows you to change the angle and rotation of different objects. And that's something I'll need for this. So very quickly, I'm just kind of changing my move it settings so that I can grab these two and PO them. And now that they're PO, I can make it a group. And I'm going to set these up so it looks like it's being picked up by the crane here. But this is just the general tool in PO. It's one of the easier tools to use. You can just manipulate objects in a 3D space using this. And I want to give a big thank you to Dirty H for kind of teaching me everything I know about PO, to be honest. Watching his San Francisco series, which is, I guess, a little bit scaled down, nearly 1:1. He's a wizard, an absolute wizard with PO, and showed me a lot of what I know today. But now I'm just using this rotation tool here. I'm going to put this bus together just like that. And one other trick I'll show you in PO, this bus is how it kind of looks when it was pulled out, if you've seen like the famous photos. Maybe this one was a little bit more rotated. Like this. But one cool trick that is a major time saver in PO is if you go and click on like an object here with the selection tool, and you'll see this is selected now. And now this can be any rotation I want it to be. Let's say it's all messed up like this. And I want this one to be the same rotation. Now that would be kind of difficult if I wanted to try to rotate it. I'd have to look at like the degrees and all of that. But one trick I really like is I just hold Control and click R here. Now you see it snaps to the rotation of this one. Let me click Undo, and that's Control Z. But let's say I wanted this one to match this. I'll click here on this one, Control R, and there you go. Now, of course, that's not what I want, so I can just use Control Z to undo. Yeah, you're very welcome, Dirty H. I thank you, honestly. You got me into PO, and without that, I wouldn't be able to do these 1-1 builds. It's just almost impossible. I mean, you can do it vanilla, even. You can do it with limited mods, but for the level of detail I'm trying to capture, PO has really been vital. Just making this look a little bit better. But yeah. That's Regent Square, to answer that from the chat a little while ago. I do have plans to finish all around it. You know, there's some pretty famous landmarks that you could call it, I guess, around here, like Blue Slide Park, for all the Mac Miller fans out there. I think you can make the objects sway with PO. It would make it seem... Oh yeah, no, there's modules in PO. I haven't really dove deep into those yet, but that's something I definitely want to start learning, is the different modules in PO. One of the really cool ones is this bird flock module that I started using around episode 8. I'll show that off real quick too. A little bit of PO stuff in here. So if you select any object and hit edit, you can go to the modules here, and you can see I have 3. I have self-rotation, bird flocks, and effects, but there's quite a few more. Hey Toby, welcome. Toby is another streamer that I like to watch. He's got a European build going on now, and he's over on Twitch. Definitely check him out. But going back here to the modules, the bird flocks module is a really cool one. So as you can see, there's some birds starting to populate now as soon as I click on that. And you've got quite a few options here. Set the height a little bit higher, and you can get like a flock of birds flying around your city, and it's pretty realistic. There's a lot of options down here too that I'm not going to mess with here on camera, on stream, but I set them up to kind of get a good cinematic of the city with these birds flying around. You can kind of change their spread, how they fly, how they interact with each other, but it looks pretty cool. If you guys can see that on stream, I don't know if it's coming through well or not. But unfortunately, it's kind of an FPS hog, so I rarely keep that turned on. And just going to go ahead and turn that off, actually. But yeah, that's a cool thing for PO. Oops. Gotta be careful what you click on PO. Yeah, of course, Tabi. Yeah, you deserve it. You have a really nice looking city, and it was great to join into your chat that one time. Now, speaking of the bus and crane, I do have another scene involving a Pittsburgh bus that the locals will definitely recognize over here on 10th Street. Now you'll notice I have these new police cars too. Asset creator Apollo, I think they're Apollo N, but just call them Apollo, created these Pittsburgh police vehicles, and they're working on the Taurus as well. I think they look amazing, so I'm excited for those to come to the workshop soon. You can see the birds, great. Yeah, I don't know how good the quality of the stream is, so that's good to hear. But yeah, I love building these little detailed scenes. I could have gone a little bit further with this one too and put like a clipping network and then maybe like actually made it a 3D whole, but just kind of went for a lower detail one here. Thanks, Fenrir. I'm glad you're able to make the chat too. I hope everybody's having a good holidays. I just wanted to set up this special stream here just to kind of chat with everyone. I really love the community that's kind of been built around this game, and the one that's kind of been developed out of this project. You know, all the locals, all the City Skylines fans coming together. And another thing that I really love is like the people that have told me, like, one of the favorite things I get to hear is like, I would have never cared about Pittsburgh until your videos. And that's, you know, another one of the main goals I had with this project is just highlighting these kind of underrated, overlooked cities and doing them in such great detail that, you know, it gets people like interested in them. And that means, you know, building these like little parks, even getting everything as close to possible as I can for real life. Will I do New York? I don't have plans for doing New York, but I can recommend, check out I Am Pie. They have a City Skylines New York build, and their detailing is insane. It's so good. I think they're like 7 episodes in now, and they're like working on Midtown, and whenever they release a video, I try to watch. But yeah, I love building pedestrian bridges and stuff like this too. It's one of my more favorite things that I do in the city. Pittsburgh is known for having the most stairs, I believe, of any city in the world other than Venice. Someone can check my count, but I think it's somewhere around 700 staircases in the city. This is another one here that I'll show off on Google Earth as well. If I can figure out where I'm at. This one's over by, I believe, what is this, South 18th Street. But yeah, it's great to see The Sims using these like pedestrian infrastructure projects. And it shows really how walkability can change a city. Because without the staircase, there'd be absolutely no way for anyone here to reach the south side on foot, at least reasonably. You'd have to take this big detour around and then go down South 18th Street and walk, but this staircase shortens that distance by quite a bit. I think you know is awesome. Yeah, yeah, they have another build that's really great. Do Detroit, but an alternative timeline where it's not abandoned houses everywhere. That's a cool idea. There's also that city plan that was made for Detroit that never ended up happening. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but I thought that would be another cool build. If I had all the time in the world, I would love to, but because of these 2 cities, most of my time is taken up. So I hope someone else takes that on. Maybe in the future, like I said, in 2 or so years, I'll be done with Pittsburgh and ready to take on a new project to replace Pittsburgh. But for the time being, all of my time is spent on Pittsburgh and Rochester because I want to finish these cities and I want to do them justice. There's a lot of locals watching along and I don't want to disappoint them by abandoning a city. So I do have my full focus is finishing these cities, and I don't want to take any shortcuts either. You know, I could start zoning, I could just quickly fill in blocks, but what I really want out of this project is for you to be able to fly around the city and match it up with Google Earth and just say, yep, that looks right. There's a few sacrifices I've made, and I'll show some of those off here as well. Like this area, which I completed for episode 20 most recently, you'll notice in real life that I omitted this Sarah Hines building here. This, I think it's a community center. And I did that for the sake of time. I wanted to get the episode out on schedule. I felt that omitting this building wouldn't do too much to hurt the overall project, and I plan on maybe coming back and doing it later on. But because of how complex like the roads and parking lots would be, it would be quite a bit of PO, I think, and I wouldn't have been able to fit it into the video anyways. So I left that kind of just empty for now. Steelers won yesterday. Nice. Yeah, let me show off Heinz Oh, I guess it's not Heinz Field anymore. I'm sorry for all the Pittsburgh natives out there who now have to call this Acrisure Stadium. But here is the former Heinz Field, I guess you can call it now. And here's a view you would see if you're sitting up in the nosebleeds. Great, beautiful view of the city. But of course, you can see the waterfront still left unfinished. That is a potential future episode. Another thing I'll show off, getting a lot of sneak peeks here at some future content, but I'm hoping to get some new billboards out on the workshop. You may notice that I created a billboard for Rochester and released it on the workshop based on a somewhat, I guess you could call it like famous locally billboard. I forget the name of the brothers, but it's pretty funny. It's like a meme, and it just says like injured ? You know, in real life it would give a phone number and say like call these people for injury claims, but in the game I made it kind of this meme where it says injured, good. So I'm a big fan of that. But I'm gonna try to get these like Pittsburgh themed ones out soon, like this Permanente Bro sign, and on the other side of this one I have like an icy light billboard. And that's a work in progress. I'm gonna try and make this look better before I release it. Tabi, I have finished. Finish is a strong word. I have taken on probably 7 projects. Have I finished any of them? Hard to say. I do want to finish these. I have goals set to actually finish these projects or get them in a place where I can call them complete and be happy with them. But another reason why I took these on is because I had a problem of abandoning projects. I just didn't have like the connection to them to keep going when the game got laggy. But these, you know, I feel like I have a project, like a mission to complete, so I do fully intend to finish these. Yes, PNC Park also has a great skyline view. I'll just head over here for a second and show that off. Did your project... It is... So my projects are available on Patreon for now. I release updates to them monthly. Now, the reason why I put them behind a paywall is for a few reasons. I want to be able to give like good support and troubleshooting for those who download the save files, because they can be more difficult to run on different systems. There's some tricks you have to do. You have to use loading screen mod to download the assets that I use, and you know, there could be mod issues or computer performance issues, and by putting them on Patreon for $10 a month, I'm able to provide that like support and help people get them working. If I put it on the workshop, you know, I'd get hundreds of comments saying, you know, like, hey, the save isn't working, like, hey, I'm getting this error, and I just don't really have the time to help everyone with it. The other reason why I make the saves $10 a month is to commission assets for these cities. And I say I want to give the money back to the community of City Skylines, because without creators like Bungalow Man, Yinzer, Gilded Age, Smileys, there wouldn't be a Pittsburgh project. You know, these asset creators are vital, and the community is really strong for City Skylines. So I want to value their work and be able to use the commission or the money that I get from my Patreon to kind of fund commissions, especially for smaller creators too. You know, I want to kind of support the smaller creators out there that are just looking to get started with asset creation, and the Patreon allows me to do that. But I do have some free items available on the workshop. I'm going to try to get a Pittsburgh Road Network out again. The one that I put out on the workshop is not really functional. I think there are some mod issues with it. But at some point I do want to get one up that's actually working, so look forward to that in the future. I do currently have a blank map available on the workshop as well. So if you wanted to take on Pittsburgh but build it a different way, you have the entire like real world height data. Like it's perfect. I use the raw file so that it's more defined than the PNG height map file. And I would love to see if anyone uses that blank map, please show me what you do with it, because I would love to see what you do with these Pittsburgh hills. Speaking of the hills, some of the stuff I haven't really shown off on video are these valleys, and it's not complete yet, but it was a really fun challenge trying to work with these hills. I'll go into the terrain view here, and you can see just how hilly it really is out here. You know, obviously in City Skylines, hills are one of the more difficult things to work with, and these steep slopes really made it a challenge to make this flat station out here, but I think I was able to pull it off pretty well. This was earlier on in the project, so I wasn't as skilled as I am today with working with this stuff. So, you know, there's little changes I can make here with like move it to line up these tracks better. But I was able to get it pretty flat, and it works well with the trucks that come up here, and it's actually a functional what do you call it? It's a functional freight terminal. So I'll get trucks or trains coming in here and delivering containers for trucks. And I'll show this off in real life too here so you can get a good comparison. In real life, it's really just these warehouses with a train track backing up on them. But in-game, I wanted to make it a freight terminal because otherwise, if you're not playing to City Skylines mechanics to a little bit of an extent at least, the city is going to start to fall apart and not function. So you kind of have to play the game a bit and get these freight terminals and train stations in strategically to deliver goods. Hey Diana, thanks for joining. What's your setup like? Okay, full disclosure, I kind of have like a NASA PC, as you would call it, but it's not completely necessary. I will say the most important thing if you want to take on a build like this is, first of all, you would need 64 gigabytes of RAM. Second of all, I'm using more than that 64 gigabytes of RAM. I really try to go asset light as possible, and depending on how you play City Skylines, you may think that I'm crazy to call this asset light, but I only use 8,000 assets. But in order to load all those 8,000 assets, I also have to use something called a page file. So I have a SSD set up for a page file that allows me to bring in an additional 256 gigabytes of assets if I want to. But yeah, just talking about this, I'll go ahead and hop into like a car review. But yeah, my specs otherwise, I do use a pretty powerful CPU. I have the i9-10900K. And for this game, because of the Unity engine that it runs on, it's not well optimized. You have to find something that has a high single core clock speed. So because the game only runs on a single thread, the most important thing with your CPU is not the amount of cores you have or the overall speed, it's your single core clock speed. And the i9-10900K is not by any means the best CPU anymore. But back when I got it, it was the strongest single core clock speed CPU. My GPU is completely unnecessary for this game. I have a 3090. That goes mostly towards content creation and 3D modeling nowadays. Even when I'm pushing the visuals to the absolute max, I only use about 10 to 12 gigabytes of VRAM. So the same would be possible, like the same kind of build on a 3060, for example. Yeah, exactly. Only 8,000 assets. I know it sounds funny, but I've seen people use up to 21,000 before, and it starts to harm your game. You know, your load times become 45 minutes, and it just really discourages you from getting in there and playing the game. But yeah, the 3090, totally unnecessary for this game. I'd say the most important things, once again, are 64 gigabytes of RAM if you want to take on a build, like, with this scale, at least, and a fast page file. But yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Again, I'm really happy to bring this city live for the holiday stream, and thank you all for joining. It's fun to show the city off and actually join in and chat with you all. 20k assets, wow. Yeah, that's a lot. I've set up my cities in a way where, thankfully, the two build projects I'm working on can share most of the assets that I'm using. So, for Pittsburgh and Rochester, I'm using the same collections, the same downloads, same mods, everything the same. And that helps me optimize a little bit for the game. Other than that, I try to use a lot of packs. So like with my roads, I'll show you. I use mostly Hockenheim and Cluse assets, and that takes advantage of loading screens, texture sharing. So each additional road I get from these packs doesn't really add too much strain onto the overall city and performance, which is nice. For freeways, I only use the Shuto Expressway from Japan because it's a little bit thinner, and then otherwise I mostly use these North American freeways by Graveflame, and those are amazing. My favorite US freeway assets. There are some newer ones out there that I haven't gotten a chance to try out yet, but North American freeways have been perfect for my cities so far. 15k PO objects in SF. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm afraid of when I have to get up to that amount for Pittsburgh. I said earlier in the video I'm using about 5,300 PO assets now, and just taking a quick look at the game limits here. If you can see this in the top right corner, I don't know how good the stream quality is, but you can see that I'm starting to get towards half of the building limit here at 26,000. So eventually, as I complete the rest of the city here that you can see with roads already planned, I do expect to hit that limit at some point, and I'll have to convert buildings over to PO. Another limit that I of course have in mind is the node and segment limits here. So I have a good amount of my segments and nodes planned out already, and I'm at 24,000 out of 36,000. So I am planning ahead. I do plan to use more networks for detailing, like terraforming networks, walls, retaining walls. I try not to use fence networks. I try to use props for that instead to keep my segment and node limits low. But I do have everything in mind there. I do probably need to get the mod more path units soon. And zone blocks is one that I also am getting close to, but as you can see, I already have so many zone blocks in addition to the ones that I've completed, so I may not be able to complete much more than what's already placed, but I'm going to try to take the series as far as I can go. Limits I don't have to worry about are props and trees, because of tree anarchy and prop anarchy. Those limits are so high nowadays that I don't even consider them. And yeah, I recently got the More Vehicles mod to bring that, let me see, where is vehicles active? Yeah, so the game limit vanilla is 16,000. You can see I have 22,000 vehicles active in this save. I use Traffic Manager to disable the disable despawning, which I guess got an update recently. I guess I currently have it enabled right now, but I usually leave that disabled to get like more realistic traffic. But yeah, as you can see, it's surprising how well the city flows, because Pittsburgh is not known for having the best traffic. And I do account for most of that being just because it's unfinished. But for City Skylines and how much of a bad rep it gets for being a traffic simulator, this city actually kind of destroys traffic, and it's surprising. Like, maybe it's the amount of like overdeveloped highways, or maybe it's just the amount of connections and the way that the game behaves. It's not going to be a complete one-to-one recreation of traffic simulation. The game is just not powerful enough for that yet, but it simulates it well enough. Let me see what's going on in the chat here real quick. Oh yeah, I can't wait for some workaround for the node and segment limits as well. That's going to be a real game changer for some of the larger builds out there. Moon Township or Carnegie, 2 big communities in Pittsburgh. Those I won't be able to complete, unfortunately. I had to make some sacrifices with my map. I wanted to capture Braddock and Wilkinsburg. And I also wanted to get the Allegheny County Airport at the bottom here. But I showed off in my video kind of update, I think it was 10 episodes in, and it was called Building or Fixing a Real City in City Skylines. I talked about why I couldn't cover the airport. And that's just because if I did include the airport, the international airport in Moon, it is so far to the west of the city that I actually would not have been able to get downtown Pittsburgh at all. But yeah, Image Overlay 2 shows off that pretty well, what I'm able to actually complete in the city. You'll see that I have the road network set up all over Dormont, Squirrel Hill, Shadyside, Highland Park, Lawrenceville, and Mailvale, and then also some Glenwood. And I started to do some roads in Wilkinsburg, but mostly just the main roads so far. It's funny, I got pretty distracted here. Today's video was supposed to be about the Waterfront, the shopping plaza over in Homestead, but this is really far outside the city. I never really planned on completing this so early. But Moch, who was in the chat earlier today, if you missed it, he created this new target asset, which he asked just for some screenshots of it. I figured I would just complete it on stream, and it would be a good way to get some screenshots for him later. But I definitely recommend checking this out when it releases on the workshop after the stream. You should be able to just search up Big Target, and yeah, big fan of that. Goes well alongside these King Leno assets as well. Get lost in Pittsburgh so easy. Yeah. Let's show off some intersections in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is known for its crazy intersections. So first off, here is PJ McCardle and Arlington Ave as it goes up to the Liberty Tunnel. This intersection is an absolute mess, and it's an absolute mess in game too. Let me show it off in real life on the little cutout here for Google Earth. But this is one of the main traffic problem points for the city. It even has the LRT line coming in and up Arlington Ave to reach the neighborhood of Allentown at the top. But yeah, these two-way roads bring traffic up from Station Square or down from Allentown to reach the Liberty Tunnel, and then the other way it takes you into downtown. So you can imagine how bad this could be for traffic. Now, is there a better way to design this intersection? I honestly don't know, because if you look, it's just so steep and so compact around here. I'm surprised they were even able to make a connection from this road to the Liberty Bridge and Liberty Tunnel. It's really squeezed in there, but because it's so squeezed in, it's really a mess for traffic, both in-game and from what I've heard in life. You drive through that intersection every day. I am so sorry. Here is another one that's quite an interesting one. This is Grant Ave as it connects with Boulevard of the Allies, downtown, and 376. So this is another one of those instances of Pittsburgh saying, we need to have a connection going in every direction, every way possible. So you can kind of see how the traffic flows here, and I'll just go ahead and throw on the road views so you can see the directions of how this interchange works. But this is all one interchange, technically. And yeah, it's pretty crazy the amount of connections that you have here. You have 376 going straight on into what's called the bathtub for the frequent flooding that occurs there. You have an exit from 376 going east that takes you to both Smithfield Street and the bridge, as well as on to Grant Ave. You have 376 going and following along east, continuing another 376 with no conflicts going on east and an exit to Grant Ave. And then another exit to Grant Ave here. But that's not all. There's also a way to get from Grant Ave onto 376 here, which I don't really know the real benefit of this ramp, because you can get onto 376 here. Well, I'm sorry, not here, but here as well. I guess it's to make for this connection to allow you to go north, but yeah, these traffic engineers, I don't know how they pulled some of this stuff off. I think it's a really interesting profession, city planning. I don't know who actually designs like these freeways like this, but it's just really cool infrastructure. And whether or not you're a fan of highways, you have to just kind of respect like the kind of thought process that went into connecting all of these different roads together. That's the highway that caused you to get lost. Yeah, I can see why. Looking down in the bathtub here, and this is called the bathtub because of how often it floods in Pittsburgh, you can see that just looking at the signs, imagine you're going 70 miles an hour. In fact, I'll actually throw it into a car view here and put it on a realistic speed so you can kind of get a good idea of what it looks like. So using the mod Play It, I'm just going to raise this up to 35%. I find that to be a good realistic speed for the game. Let me grab a car and just put it into first-person camera mod mode. Now, try not to get lost on this highway. All of these signs are, of course, copied straight from real life using all the same information, so if you're from the area, you should recognize this drive, but it's not perfect, of course. I just did my best with it. Even GPS doesn't help much in Pittsburgh, I agree. In my visits out there to take photos and get reference shots of the city, I have gotten lost many a time. Pittsburgh has got a lot of intersections too, where it's hard to figure out which lane you're supposed to be in at the light. I'll try to find some of those later on in the stream to show off. But yeah, it's just like you'll have two lanes turning two different left directions, one going straight and one going right, and it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly which way you want to go, which lane you need to be in. And these little mistakes I need to fix. I don't know how that popped up. But even the game is struggling to make these like really compact roads. I think nowadays with Node Controller and the improvements that's been made to it, I might be able to fix these up and make it better. Hopefully clean them up to where they don't, look unrealistic, but I just haven't gotten there yet. There's so many things to complete in the city that you kind of have to just work on one thing at a time. Diana, the wall assets I'm using there, those are the retaining wall pack 1 by Cluse. It comes with a pack of I think 10 to 20 retaining walls, and they're really great, very well detailed. Why did I choose Pittsburgh? A few reasons. One, I thought it was the best city to showcase my channel idea, which is recreating and revitalizing cities. I think Pittsburgh is primed for some city planning revitalization, transit improvements, connection opportunities, transfer opportunities for transit, walkability, bikeability, and you can see that in real life. With Next Transit, they have a 25-year transit plan that's working on improving the city in many different aspects. So I kind of wanted to just show how those projects can improve everyday life for the citizens of the city in Pittsburgh, because it really does make a difference. Other reasons why I chose the city is just these dramatic hills. You can see them in the background of the city, and I don't know any other city like this really, where it's so compact and so I guess it's just, it made it for a more challenging build, and I was looking for a good challenge with this particular build. Comrade, it's good to see you too. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hey Taco, you live in Pittsburgh? Welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. I hope you're having a good holidays. Yeah, they are a bit of a pain to work with. Those walls, Diana, I agree. But they're worth it when you get them to work. Like over here, I'm also using them. And without them, I wouldn't have been able to complete the sunken highway like so well. Yeah, it's an overlooked city, I agree. And I was saying earlier in the stream, one of my favorite things I hear when I'm building the city, comments-wise, is people saying, you know, I would have never cared about Pittsburgh, but then I started watching your videos and started looking into the city and being more interested about it. And I love to hear stuff like that, because, you know, it's only 300,000 people that live in the Pittsburgh metro area. Or, I'm sorry, the Pittsburgh downtown area. The metro area is much larger, but it's a smaller city. So yeah, I just wanted to bring some light to it. You know, there's a lot of small cities like this in America, especially in the Rust Belt, that get overlooked, and I wanted to bring some attention to that. Thank you, Taco Bean. Yeah, if there's anything you want to see in the city, please just let me know. I'm kind of flying around as I talk here, so, you know, if there's anything interesting you'd like to see, I'll kind of show you what I've done, and I can fly in anywhere and show it off in detail, or drive around. But I'm having a lot of fun just talking about Pittsburgh right now. Another reason why I chose Pittsburgh is for these rivers. You've got the Allegheny running to the north of the city, and the Monongahela running to the south. And these cities really define Pittsburgh, because one, they make it a more compact city and give it some nice boundaries, and they also make for these really cool bridges. Pittsburgh is the city of bridges. In fact, I think it's most deserving of that title because it has the most bridges of any city in the world. 446 bridges. Actually 447 as of last weekend, I believe. The Fern Hollow Bridge was reopened, so back to 447 bridges. And yeah, Taco Bean, I'm going to fly over to Oakland here. I've only completed Central and South Oakland so far, but you can see, I'll bring Google Earth here too for those who aren't locals and just kind of show it off. But this is Central Oakland and Boulevard of the Allies as it comes off 376 and joins up into Oakland. Over here is Forbes, which is a very traffic-laden 4-lane road. And you can see some of these Pittsburgh buses driving along here. Thank you, Tyler. That's really kind. One distinctive landmark in our city is the Carnegie Science Center and the submarine docked on the river. I will have to look into that. I did not know there was a submarine. Now, is the Carnegie Science Center the same one that's on the riverfront by the football stadium? I'd like to know, because I actually do have plans in store for that. How do I do compact exits? Let me show that off. So, really quickly, I'm just going to fly to an area where I don't have anything. And I'll just show you how to do it real quick, because it's actually pretty easy with no controller nowadays. First off, I recommend using these North American freeways, as they're really easy to make compact. Now let's say you've got a 3-lane freeway, and you've got a 1-lane exit joining up into it. I start off with all of my roads straight. That makes everything a little bit easier in the end. Now from here, I use node controller. Now this blue one, this exit, these roads all have different lane widths. So what you want to do with this, and this only works for these North American freeways, so for other roads it may be different. But over here, I use the shift tool. And I'm just going to bring this out 2 meters. And that 2 meters is important, because that's exactly how far I want it out. Now, I can grab this node here and move it, and just drag it closer. Now, of course, it takes a little bit more work in node controller, because it's not going to be perfect at first. But because I brought that out by 2 meters, I can now bring this one down by like 1 or 2 as well. and that should give me some space to do a really smooth highway exit. Now it's completely blank, but the magic comes in when you use intersection marking as well. And you'll see that this is going to be a very smooth intersection here in just a moment. I use these IMT presets too to save time. I might just end up doing a video on this later, and I'll include all of the different assets that I use to make this possible. And then this final line here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you do a smooth freeway exit. Yeah, East Coast version of Portland. Portland is another city that I think is really cool. I would have liked to take on a city like Portland, but I think Prez has already taken on that. I forget what is it? Can someone remind me in the chat? I believe it's Cabrillo. Cabrillo is a great West Coast or Pacific Northwest build that he's done. I know it's mixed in with a few different cities, but I think he's already captured it so well that I would just recommend checking out Cabrillo. Other cities that I looked into trying before Pittsburgh. I did San Francisco actually for a while, and that was all back on Reddit. But San Francisco was a really fun build, and it kind of taught me a lot about the game. It taught me a lot what not to do too. I went overboard on the assets. I went overboard on using assets with too many tries, or in other words, they were too detailed to be using so much of them. And also, it taught me that I need to kind of limit myself with the big cities. San Francisco was too large of a city to complete one-to-one, and I'll see, maybe I can find some pictures here, some screenshots of it. I have some old screenshots of San Francisco that I can pull up, but it was a really fun build. It looks a little bit dated nowadays, especially with the new lighting mods that have come out, but I'll try to find a good picture showing off some of the stuff in the city. So if you can see in the right-hand corner of the screen, I'll make it a little bit bigger as I go through these. But this is like Lombard Street. At first, I was kind of mixing it in with Chicago as well, so I did like a little bit of a Grant Park area, and like the canals you see in Chicago. Here's Lombard Street again. But at first, I didn't really set out to do a 1-1 of San Francisco. I was just trying to do a mashup of cities. But I completed the North Beach area, and I realized I could kind of take this into a 1-to-1 build. I was doing it all freehand without like image overlay. I wasn't using an actual height map either. I was just using like drawing it freehand with the terrain tools and everything. But yeah, I just tried to take it as far as I could, but eventually the city just stopped functioning because of both mod errors and just the amount of assets I was using. This was Salesforce Park, which I took on. Fun part of the build. California Street looking down to the Bay Bridge. Some infrastructure work I did. I think it's been a while, but I think this is California 101. Diana, I know you're from San Francisco, so you can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But as it goes into the city, you've got the Salesforce Transit Park here. But yeah, it was fun to do these like really compact highway interchanges too in San Francisco. I've definitely improved my skills since then, but it was a fun challenge. Here's Market Street looking down to the Embarcadero. Oh, and don't worry, I'm going to show off the T very soon in the video. It does go underground. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you can see I started to make it more and more like San Francisco. So this is kind of like an accurate skyline you'd see of downtown. Now Xander, who's in the chat, he's actually taking on San Francisco, and I'm really excited to see where he goes with the project because his is actually a lot more detailed than mine is. When I was building this, I wasn't really using PO yet because I hadn't learned it yet. But his series is heavily relying on PO, and it really shows because the accuracy and the detail of it is so many miles beyond what I was able to do. But yeah, you can kind of see my planning here with the map overlay. Another fun intersection of the 101 that I completed before detailing. Salesforce Transit Park once again. The Embarcadero. I forget what tunnel this is going through North Beach. Someone might be able to say so in the chat, but this was a little fun, compact intersection build. More of the 101, that was some fun infrastructure to build. And then yeah, I just try to get these views from the North Beach area to look really good. That was my main focus when I was doing the build. And of course you can't do San Francisco with addressing the homeless issues out there, so I did try to, realistically do it by building some homeless encampments. And I tried to do it tastefully, so I looked at Google Earth and I tried to do it realistically. Some people kind of, I guess, it's controversial. It's always going to be controversial doing homeless encampments in cities, but I think to capture the real vibe and the real authenticity of the city, you can't overlook something like a problem like homelessness. So I did try to incorporate it into the build, especially in areas like the Tenderloin and Soma. This is a very early version of Dolores Park and the Mission. But yeah, this was pretty much getting towards the end of where I was able to build. These are some of the later screenshots of Soma looking towards the city. Planning out some of the road network. That was H Street, Diana, yes. Telegraph Hill and Coit Tower, another fun build that was out there. Lombard Street with the Bay Bridge in the background. And then Twin Peaks overlooking the city. And then this is kind of an overview of the entire city. Of course, can't forget about the painted ladies. Golden Gate Park and some of Outer Sunset. And then, speaking of trams going underground, San Francisco also has BART, which goes underground, which I tried to recreate. Very difficult to do in this game, I have to say. I put out a tutorial on how to build underground tram stops. Definitely check that out if you want to learn how to do that. There's some assets that definitely help a lot. But to get trams running on the street and underground, it takes a little bit of extra effort. Here's Mission Dolores Park, a little bit more completed with the Mission in front. Some more views of Soma. And then, yeah, this is one of the last photos I have of that build before the save corrupted. But you can see I completed some of the highway infrastructure around here on the 101, the industry area, and then this intersection right here was a really fun one. Super complicated. And yeah, I think San Francisco was really good practice for building Pittsburgh because there's a lot of difficult infrastructure out there too. But anyways, back to Pittsburgh now. I want to show off those LRT lines that go underground. So in the city of Pittsburgh, I've finished the red line so far out to Dormont. So just showing off in the transit view here, this red line goes from Dormont out here all the way to downtown. And for a good amount of the ride, it is above ground. It's a above ground LRT system or streetcar system. And it doesn't become a subway until it actually reaches downtown. Just checking the chat here to make sure I don't miss anything. But these streetcars, again, created by Cristolisto, are amazing. One of the really cool things about these is that they actually have the correct signboard. So using Cluse's reversible tram mod, you'll see that I'm able to get these having the correct signboard. So the end of this line is Allegheny in the north, and in the south is South Hills Village. And when you look at the end of the line and when they change back and forth, the signs change too, which I love. Scaled down versions. Yeah, that's a great way to get around the hardware limitations. If you want to do a big city like Chicago or San Francisco or New York, I definitely recommend looking into doing a scaled down version. Taco Bean, you take the T daily. Yes, and that's why good transit infrastructure is important. If you live in Dormont or Beachview, this is an invaluable piece of public transportation. Taking you all the way to downtown without any transfers, or honestly, my favorite thing about LRT2 is that it doesn't have to conflict with traffic often. Now the T does. It does run on the street for a brief period in Beachview, but those are low traffic suburban streets, so it's not something where it's going to be stuck in traffic like a bus would be. I really love the way that the T is designed, and one of the main things I want to do with this project in part 2 is expand and revitalize these networks. There's the Brown line, which is left unused going up to Allentown. I want to consider bringing that back, as well as expanding the lines into the Strip District, Oakland, the North Side, and maybe even more. If you have any ideas or comments, feel free to throw them in the chat, and I welcome you to join the Discord too, because the Discord is really where the Pittsburgh locals are able to kind of help me out and influence this project. Of course, I'm not from the area, so I need all the help I can get. And the Pittsburgh locals really do a great job of keeping me informed, keeping me on top of my research. But yeah, if you have ideas on how to expand the T network, I'm always welcome to new ideas. I have plans in place, I have plans ready, but I definitely want to hear the valuable feedback from the locals. And I'm also using Next Transit's transit plan for the next 25 years to kind of influence what I end up doing with that eventual revitalization. But these T's, as you can see, I was following one a few stops, go through Beechwood, and I'll show off the cool areas real quick. They move kind of slow, so if I just kept it on, it takes the actual realistic speed of about 20 or so minutes to get from downtown to this area. So instead of putting you on a 20-minute tram ride, I'll just show off the key areas. Just want to make sure that I have Google Earth here still in the stream. I'll make that a little bit bigger here and bring it in for a comparison as well. Of course, some of these aren't perfect, but I did my best. Put on transit stops here so we can get the names. This is Fallowfield Station in Beachview. Did you include both models? So Trolley has a newer and older model. I actually did not know that. I've never seen the newer model. I'm assuming these are the older models since they're from the early 90s. But I'll definitely have to look into that. Thank you. Oh, and they are bringing back the Allentown line. Okay, I did think I read about that. Yeah, the service disruptions at Station Square, I've heard that it does sometimes flood, and when that happens, they'll reroute it along the Brown line so it doesn't go into the flood affected areas. Another stop here. This is Westfield Station. low platform station here, and then it kind of wraps around Suburban Ave here, and this is when it becomes, for the most part, grade separated for the rest of the trip. You can see the trains keeping along here until they reach one of the major transit stations of Pittsburgh. You'll see there's also buses running along here at this point as we reach, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I'll have to fly in Google Earth over here. South Hills Junction. Here's a little bit of a comparison of that. But this is one of those areas that was extremely difficult to complete because of the hills. Had to build quite a few stairs and paths here to get everything connected. And this is the final station that the T will go through in the South Hills before it goes into the tunnel. This tunnel here brings it down to Station Square, all the way down here, below Mount Washington. And this is always a traffic choke point for the city. But you can see this is Station Square, and this is the last station before you go downtown. This is the one that sometimes has to be rerouted because you'll see it's only a little bit elevated above the rivers. So in times of extreme rain or weather events, it sometimes does flood. From there, it joins back up with where the brown line goes up. This is the disused rail line that I want to look into bringing back. And apparently, Taco Bean says that they are looking into doing that in real life as well. They cross over the Monongahela River and then join up again with 2nd Avenue Station here. This is an elevated station, the first in downtown. And this is the last station that's above ground. If I can catch a tram here going underground, and I guess I can, perfect timing, I'll show off some of the underground portion. Now keep in mind this is very much a work in progress. I plan on releasing an episode soon where I actually detail the underground portion of the rail, but it's really difficult, so I think a whole episode could be dedicated to actually making this look nice. But I'll show it off a little bit here. When the tram goes underground, the first stop it reaches is Steel Plaza Station, underneath of the BNY Mellon Center. And I don't know if it actually curves so much in real life, but because of the game limitations, I did have to make some sacrifices here for realism. These tram lines are really curvy underground, just to kind of fit it in and squeeze it into the city. But yeah, definitely check out the tutorial I made if you want to look how to make underground tram stations like this. I have one that I'm really excited to show off later in the video, Gateway Station. But right now we're reaching Steel Plaza. And if you notice the signs, they actually change. They say Pittsburgh Port Authority, which is the name of the transit system, and the station that you're reaching. So ignore the people walking through the bottom of the station. There's no way to fix that, unfortunately. It's also quite sunken. These are just kind of the limitations of the game. Unless you build complete custom stations, it's something that you can't get around. But the next two stations kind of look like this. So they're using these rendered tram tunnels like by Cluse, as Diana just mentioned. These are the only rendered tram tunnels that I know of. Steel Plaza has 4 platforms. Yes, actually, that plays into some of the revitalization that I want to do. I didn't know that it actually had 4 platforms, but I know that there used to be a spur line from Steel Plaza over to the Union Station, which is like the Amtrak station in Pittsburgh. And in real life, it's disused for actually national security reasons because it goes underneath the courthouse, I believe, the United States courthouse for Pittsburgh. And because of post 9/11, like terrorism concerns, that line has actually been discontinued. But in game, I think it might be cool to take a look at and see if I can bring that line back. It's a shame that it has to be abandoned in real life because of those concerns, but because it is a game, I can take some creative liberties and imagine a world where that line could be opened again and bring LRT maybe to even the Strip District that way. Coming up on the next station now, this is, I believe, Wood Street, but we'll know in a second here from the signs what it actually is. And yeah, these trams really do sink into these stations, but unfortunately it's just too difficult to fix. And yes, this is Wood Street Station. Just to pop out real quick and show you where we are in the city after these two stations. So Steel Plaza, if you couldn't tell, was right by the BNY Mellon Center, and that's the station from above. It curves and goes down towards Wood Street Station, which we were just at here. And this is right by the K&L Gates Center and all of the different office towers around here. And then hopping back in to these trams, I'll set it on a more realistic speed here. But I really want to show off the next station, because it's one I took a little bit of extra time with, and I built it way more realistically than the rest. I did this using the tutorial that I made for underground LRT stations. But like I said, definitely check out that tutorial because it's actually really easy to do. But yeah, we'll see that in just a moment here. Love seeing content I have yet to binge. Yeah, there's definitely a big backlog for Pittsburgh nowadays with 20 episodes. Some of those early videos, I admit, are a little bit rough around the edges. Those are the first YouTube videos I made ever, so I wasn't doing narration at the time. I was just doing it in kind of the style. Palm's Time really inspired me, his early videos, where the content was more driven by the build than the narration and the history. I've obviously changed a lot since then and tried to improve my style, but there's some hidden gems in there, I will have to say. But this is Gateway Station we're pulling up on now, and this is the one that I really tried to detail. It doesn't look like much from below, but from above and in the actual station itself, you'll see I did my best to try to capture the authentic feel of the station. So it's got an elevator here that takes you down to the below ground portion of the station. And just showing it off in real life as well here. So this access elevator here is functional as well. You might see some people use it. Yep, there's some people coming out of it. And then I also added some of these escalator assets, and you'll see people use these to get down into the station as well. I don't know if they would allow bikes in here in real life, but it's Christmas, so we'll allow for some rule breaking here and some BMX action as they take it down the escalator. But yeah, I really loved hopping into the station because I really try to make it realistic here. These subways are difficult to detail, so it may not look like much, but yeah, I really tried to do my best here. And I like from how above you can see them kind of coming through. And yeah, passengers getting on and off, and shows kind of how good transport really affects the city, because you can see just how many people are using this line. But yeah, from here, this is kind of your main station for the edge, like the kind of peninsula of downtown. From there, it goes underneath the Monongahela River and connects back up to, I believe this is called, can't remember the name of the station, I'm sorry. I'm having to look it up real quick. Northside. This is Northside Station, aptly named because it's in the north side. This is your station that kind of services PNC Park, I would say, and some of the waterfront developments around here. And this is the last underground station of the T-line before it finally breaks through the ground again and becomes above ground for the final station Allegheny, right by the former Heinz Field. And yeah, you got quite a few sims taking this line as well, all the way to the end, which is great to see. And I'll show off a little comparison here as well. But I do have some plans here. I don't foresee this being the end of the line for the red line, or any of the T lines for that matter. I do have plans to extend it further, because I think it would be feasible, honestly. Right now, the end of this is just used for storage of extra LRT cars, but I think, especially with the redevelopment that's currently happening in this area of the city, or planned to happen in the future for this area of the city, I think it might be smart to look into extending this T-line above ground, or maybe connecting back into like a street connection here, and having it service this area, because there should be a big influx of new people with the new residential being built here. You know, currently it's these factories which are some abandoned, some still functional, but yeah. If you're in the Discord, you can see kind of some of the plans for that area. I've posted it in the revitalization channel. But they have some plans to bring some life into that part of the city, because right now it's mostly dying industrial, which is sad to say, because it is really like valuable waterfront land. Hey Shoya, welcome. Shoya is, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, by the way. Shoya is one of the detailers who I most respect in this game, because they really have a knack for just capturing these ultra high detail smaller builds. But if you ever seen like the stuff they build on Reddit or on Discord where they share, it's really amazing. They started doing videos recently too, showing off their process, and it's funny how people use PO in so many different ways. I definitely learned a lot from Shoya as well, with like the micro transit, or I'm sorry, I was reading the chat, micro detailing of city skylines, and the different tricks they use to really bring their like scenes to life. They do a lot of, I guess you would say, rural builds, you know, a lot less dense, a lot less city-like than I do, but yeah, definitely check them out. They have a YouTube channel, really great stuff. Just making sure I don't miss anything in the chat here. Owen, hope I didn't miss you, but happy holidays. Thanks for joining the stream. Taco Bean, yes, I have been looking at Next Transit. If you read the description of my videos, I think I still include it nowadays, but the 25-year transit plan from Next Transit is heavily going to influence part 2 of the project, where I try to fix the city. I plan to start off with realistic projects, like the ones included in the transit plan that they've drawn up. And then as I progress further into the revitalization part 2 of the project, I want to take on projects that are a little bit more radical. One such example is 376 coming back to this bathtub area here. If I did my research correctly, there's going to be a bypass built for this in the south. So I want to take a look at actually bringing this back. If I can spell this right, the Monongahela Wharf here used to be very different, and I'll show it off here on the second screen. So before there was a highway built here, this is what it looked like. And you can see it was used for parking downtown. So my plans for this modern day would be to remove the highway and see if it would be feasible. Because I would want to create like a nice waterfront park here and increase some like of the walkability and the attractiveness of downtown. Currently this freeway is in a somewhat state of disrepair, or probably needs to be repaired in the near future. And with the cost of doing that, I think it would be at least good to kind of visit the idea of maybe removing it and turning it into park. But this used to be a wharf. basically used for parking for downtown. And you can see it has this angle to it as it reaches the river. This area floods a lot, so this is called the Bathtub 376. Hopping back into the game now, you can see that this area is just above the water line. So it floods pretty often, and it has to be closed down anyways because of that. And I don't want to ignore climate change into this build either. One of the considerations I have is, as Pittsburgh has like flooded in the past, and those storms may become more common with climate change, I do want to look into some of the ideas that MIT has been doing on creating riverfront marshlands to try to like combat that effect. So instead of having the city itself flood, you can use these marshland type park areas to try to like absorb some of that water, and it uses like just nature and these natural, like the natural absorption of these marshlands to try to combat like flooding in the city, because concrete, while it is somewhat absorbent, it's nowhere near as absorbent as marshlands can be for flood control. So I think like a multi-tiered park here would be cool to see. Is it realistic to see in the real city something happening like that? Honestly, I can't say so. I don't see Pittsburgh ever becoming that, or I guess addressing that amount of car dependence where they would remove an entire freeway. But if it works out well in game, I mean, I hope that someone will look at it and see, like, maybe just kind of make a consideration for it. Thank you, Shoya. I thank you for the kind words as well. It's nice to hear that the community helps out each other so much. You know, just like you've helped me out with learning PO, I hope that, you know, some of my videos have also helped you. So that's nice to hear. Seabass the Great, 35% or 0.35 is what I would say is the most realistic game speed. That's what I have it set to right now. You can see 0.35 here up and play it. And just looking at the cars, I know someone has done a measurement where they've measured like the amount of meters they cover and how many seconds to gauge the speed. And just going off their work, which I think is the most accurate, I'd say 35 is the most realistic. But some people will argue that 40% is the most realistic. So feel free to use either as your, as your preference sees fit. There's no LRT currently on the waterfront. Yes, that's correct. The 61C and the 61D. I'm not familiar with those bus lines. I mostly know them by name, not by number. One of the most interesting transit projects is the Harrisburg-Pittsburgh Railroad electrification. Really? I need to look into that, because that is one of the main things that I wanted to look into with this build, is electrifying the rail. Looking at the open rail map for Pittsburgh, which I have here on my second window, I'll make that bigger. Pittsburgh is just dotted, like completely covered with these rail lines. But of course they're owned privately by companies like, I think, for the most part, now please correct me if I'm wrong, like I said, I'm a total noob when it comes to railway. But most of these, I believe, are owned by Norfolk Southern. I know sometimes they say on the lines who owns them, but Pittsburgh has an insane amount of rail infrastructure, and it would be cool to see, if there wasn't so many restrictions on how that rail is used, because in America, we obviously give a lot of, importance takes. What I'm trying to say is that for rail in America, it's mostly utilized for transporting goods and not people. These private rail companies own the railroads and the rights to these right-of-ways, but it might be cool to see some of these, if there was like a hypothetical agreement between the city and these rail companies to allow some passenger trains on them. But more realistically, I do want to look into electrifying some rail around the city, including the Pennsylvania line, which I'll head over to now. So this is Union Station in Pittsburgh, where all the Amtrak stations come into the city. This is the only train station in the city, which may be somewhat surprising with all the rail that you just saw. But on the east side of the station, you've got the Pennsylvania line, and then that goes to New York City. To the west of the station and going across the river up top here into the north side, this is the, I believe, Empire Corridor. It might be the Empire Builder. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it is Empire something, and that takes you to Chicago. One of the main things I wanted to look at with this project is either electrifying the Pennsylvanian and trying to connect it into that northeast corridor somehow, or maybe bringing another rail station to Pittsburgh. The rail station here has been kind of not abandoned, but definitely neglected. And it's fair. It probably sees very low ridership because of the trains that come through here are just not very convenient. Norfolk Southern and CSX own the tracks. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. 0.25 and it feels smoother to move around with the mouse. Yeah, 0.25 is good. When I'm actually building, I use 0.15 myself, but that's just because I speed up my videos a little bit more in post than most do. I usually speed up my videos by 8 to 12 times. So by slowing it down more, it keeps the camera movements from being as jumpy. The Chic, yes, of course. I'm always happy to help out. I spent like 8 hours that weekend just working on my visuals and trying to get everything right, going through every setting, reading through the mod descriptions and understanding how they work. And I figured I don't want anyone else to have to go through that, so I wanted to make a short, concise video showing off how to get your city looking really good. And I hope it helps people. I know it's, especially if you have 16 gigabytes of RAM, it can be some limitations, you know, with how much you can do there graphics-wise, but I think it will help out a majority of people in getting their systems to run City Skylines looking a lot more like realistic and beautiful. So yeah, I hope it helps as many people as possible. Keystone Corridor. Okay, thank you. I know the rail line is called the Pennsylvanian, but I didn't know it's called the Keystone Corridor. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I'm very much a train noob, so I expect a lot of corrections and hopefully some help there when I start detailing those more. Another one of my favorite parts of the city is Point State Park, and this has been in a lot of cinematics, but I love this fountain. And, you know, for one thing that Robert Moses did to the city, you know, he is responsible for most of the highways and parkway projects in the city, but correct me if I'm wrong, he was also responsible for this park, so gotta give him credit for that. This park is a beautiful part of Pittsburgh and one of the nicest green spaces I've seen in a city, and that's saying a lot. You can come out here on a sunny day and it really is a nice place to be around. I've visited here quite a few times, but yeah, I'm just a fan of this park, if you couldn't tell. A lot of people will hook up their boats here to the docks, especially on like game days at the former Heinz Field, for lack of using its new name. That video is super helpful. Oh, thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. But yeah, this is Point State Park. Fun fact, that's where the city is founded. I did not know that. That's cool. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because it was Fort Duquesne that was built here originally. I haven't quite finished that in game. In fact, I only have like some vanilla park assets here to get people moving through the park. I'll probably have to PO this because it looks a little bit complex for, you know, any one building to recreate, but I'll eventually be doing that. Oh, by George Washington. I had no idea that George Washington was the one who founded the city. That's pretty cool. But yeah, you can see some historical influences here on the Google Maps image of like the 4-pit blockhouse. Now hopefully I can drop into Street View here and kind of show this off. But yeah, pretty cool area of Pittsburgh. Recently, I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but I got these Pittsburgh police cars done by an asset creator who goes by the name of Apollo Driver, I believe. Apollo Driver. And yeah, they're really great. I'm excited for these to come to the workshop. But yeah. I've seen the water in the river so high that the fountain was underwater. Yeah, that's pretty common actually. This part of Point State Park is known to flood during even moderate amounts of rain. So all of this, what you see at this train level, this like kind of, I guess, I don't know what you would call it, maybe a promenade. Shout out to the plazas and promenades DLC, but this will all flood even under moderate rain. And same goes for the other side over here. These riverfront trails are kind of known for being flood problems. But these riverfront trails are also vital to the city, and you know, we were talking about in the Discord how riverfront trails are usually just used for recreation, but in Pittsburgh they're actually a vital tool for people to commute by. You can see that these trails connect all the way up to South Side here. Now this is obviously showing some issues, but you know, as I pass over what's called the Color Park, this riverfront trail here goes all the way through underneath like the 10th Street Bridge, and even in game you'll see plenty of people using this to get around the city, showing just how vital this really is to the city. But underneath the 10th Street Bridge, past all the industrial and South Side, and right along these train tracks here, where you'll see these CSX trains kind of going along through the South Side. And zooming out here, just because it is so long, it connects up to where I detailed here in a past episode. This is the South Shore Riverfront Park. And this is the same trail with no conflicts with roads whatsoever. So if you have a bike, you can get across the city very quickly, probably just as quickly as you can by car with traffic. And in real life, this actually keeps continuing on all the way, at least until, I believe, the intersection over here. It might even go further than that. Just going back to the chat here to make sure I don't miss anything. The Pennsylvanian is indeed. Okay, cool. I'm glad that there's some, like, at least looking into for electrification of that rail. That would be a great change to have. You know, so these trains, these diesel trains can start to be like replaced by electrified rail. They're quieter, I believe, and, you know, less emissions, always good for the environment. And yeah, just fuel efficiency too. You know, when you say fuel efficient, it's not just related to climate, it's not just related to emissions, it's also just the amount of energy that goes into electrified rail to make them move through the city is less than it is for diesel rail. So it's always good to save on energy in an energy finite environment like we have. And Taco Bean, here's a view from Mount Washington. It's unfinished. I plan to come back here for a future episode and finish it, but I'll show off a few things that are kind of more detailed than the rest. Here is, now let me get a comparison up for the non-locals here as well. But here is East Sycamore Street, kind of reaching up to the top of Mount Washington. And these roads are extremely steep. So this is one of the most difficult areas to work with in the city, but I try to capture as much as I could. I will show off the Smithfield Street Bridge here in a second, so don't worry, I will get to that. Would not have expected that bike infrastructure. Yeah, it's for such a heavily car-dependent city, it is unexpected, but Pittsburgh is actually one of the more walkable cities in America. That's not saying much with what America has done for cars and the car dependency in America, but it is pretty walkable. Pittsburgh worries about bike lanes and trails too much. When Pittsburgh and the city has lights for bikes. Well, I think it's important. You know, obviously the bridges and all of that do need to be maintained, and probably most of them replaced pretty soon, as they were all built in the 70s and earlier than that even. But, you know, it's striking a balance. The bike transport is important for the city. And yes, this is actually coming up on 1 year's work, Shoya. I started this city officially in January of 2020. And I'll show off some screenshots of the early work for that, because I haven't really shown them off to YouTube before. This is back when I was mostly on Reddit. But, you know, I was showing off some San Francisco work earlier, so why not show off some of the early work of Pittsburgh? This was the very first screenshot I took of the city of Pittsburgh. Just make sure this is showing up on OBS. Okay, perfect. But yeah, this is when I created the height map using Skydark, that website that takes real train data. Just kind of going through some of the pictures here, making sure the map was good. This is my first time making a map in the map editor at all, so it was a good experience. I think it took me like 3 tries to get it right. The rivers were very difficult to get flowing correctly. I had to use a lot of different water sources to get them to flow right. But yeah, you know, the lighting in this is obviously, it looks about a year old, I would say. This was the best I could do about a year ago. Here's the terrain map, so you can see just how hilly the city really is. And then to start off, I figured there's no better place than to try to take on one of the most difficult builds in the city. And that's this interchange of 376 over Point State Park. And this interchange also connects to, I believe, 279? And one more highway in the north, which I don't remember the name of. Let me see if I can just fly over there in my city. I have it on the board. Yeah, so 279 north, Route 28, Route 65, and Route 19. So it's quite the major interchange over the city. And I started out using these Shudo expressways because they're the thinnest highway networks that I know. You can see the early progress of Point State Park here. Started out some of the road network downtown, and then I started working on the bathtub part of 376. Using some of Yinzer and Honker's assets here to just kind of get a general feel of what the city will kind of look like. And doing this, you really have to go like really slow. If you want it to look like detailed and you're doing a one-to-one build, it's all about patience. So, you know, just one step at a time, working on the road network and then the buildings. Point State Park here again, starting to function like with a fountain here, testing that out. And yeah, this is just the very early stages of the city, as you can see. But things are starting to come together here. I'm starting to test out some assets for the bridge over the Monongahela River. And then the other side of the interchange, which arguably I would say it's even more difficult to build this side than the more famous Fort Pitt Tunnel Bridge side. The Fort Duquesne side proved to be much more difficult. Here's like an overhead view. Not perfect at this point, still had a lot of work to do. But yeah, just slowly coming together. I'll kind of go through these screenshots a little bit quicker here, so you can kind of see how it all came together in the beginnings. And I take a lot of screenshots here, because I wanted to just document all of this progress. Colton, I showed that off earlier in the video, but I'll show it off again here soon. PJ McCardle and Arlington is quite the intersection. I talked about that for a few minutes much earlier in the stream, because that's one of the most complicated intersections I've completed so far. Here's the funicular line, also known as the incline in Pittsburgh. Upside down here. A lot of testing had to go into this to make it right, and then finally fixed it so it's right side up. But yeah, I'll kind of fly through these here. Here's the early stages of the Smithfield Street Bridge. 5th Avenue looking towards the Highmark building. But yeah, the city slowly came together over time, just, again, really being patient here to try to get all the details right. This screenshot's pretty cool, with the helicopter and the cargo boat going through. And then here is 579 Bigelow Boulevard intersection. This was a huge undertaking in game. I still don't know how I did this, to be honest. It took probably 20 hours just to do this whole interchange, because it has so many connections to downtown, so many connections to different freeways and bypass roads and highways. But I think I did a pretty good job with it. In the end, you know, the effort paid off to get all of the roads the correct height, trying to get them all the correct curves too. And this is actually where I built the freeway cap park later on, another fun build in the city. But yeah, the city was still in a pretty rough state at the time. You know, going back a few screenshots here, you saw I was using the FedEx Forum for PPG paints. Nowadays, I'm using a much better asset for that. So showing it off in real life, I recently went back and updated PPG paints. I'll show that off now. So for this, and I hope this doesn't upset the Pittsburgh natives too much, but I actually used the Philadelphia Flyers hockey stadium. And I did some pretty extensive work in PO to try to get it correct. But you can see the comparison on screen now, and you know, let me know what you think. But I recently added these extra glass buildings here, just to try to get that like glass facade look that it has. Eventually, it might be nice to get some realistic like PPG paint signs on there, but I haven't got to that point yet. I even worked on detailing the infrastructure that, you know, the different events would use for bringing goods, stuff like food, and, you know, the teams that play here, their buses would park back here for the players to enter the stadium. But, you know, for big projects like this, I really do try to detail. Yes, I'm sorry, I know it's disrespectful to use the Flyers stadium, but it worked the best, so you gotta work with what you got sometime. If someone ever decides to create PPG paints for city skylines, I would be happy to use it here. But I'll show off the back as well here so you can get a side-by-side comparison. I love doing the side-by-side comparisons for videos as well. I think it really shows off, you know, how much effort goes into this build for making everything accurate. But yeah, no, Colton, I did not forget about you. Let me show off PJ McCardle and Arlington Ave. And here you go. Here's that intersection. I was talking about how this is a surprising intersection to see even completed in real life with how tight these two roads are. Or I guess three roads. Arlington Ave going up here from the Station Square area all the way up to Allentown. This kind of mountain bypass road takes you all the way up here and around. And that connects with PJ McCardle, which connects down to Southside over here, as well as the rest of PJ McCardle, which takes you up to Mount Washington. And then finally, it also connects to the Liberty Bridge and Liberty Tunnel, which is one of the main thoroughfares of the city. This intersection it's understandably hated because it's one of the most traffic congested intersections in the city. In-game, it also can sometimes be a major backup point for traffic. But, as Colton said, unfortunately it is, people will avoid it at all costs, but it's a pretty vital intersection to the city. Because without this, people from Station Square would have no way of really getting to the north side of town quickly. We have the Smithfield Street Bridge here, but that just throws you into the grid of downtown. And then other than that, there's no real connections here from the Station Square and Highline area until you get over to the 10th Street Bridge. And this bridge also, I'd want to show off real quick because it's really cool. I built it myself using some vanilla assets. These are the vanilla bridge piers, and I just painted them yellow with PO and added some bridge abutments to the bottom. And this leads you actually into a little tunnel here, one of the many tunnels in Pittsburgh underneath the Duquesne campus. Pittsburgh is kind of known for its bridges and tunnels, and how the locals try to avoid them as many chances as they get because they are always a point of congestion. But yeah, that's just another way that people kind of get around the city. You can see this tunnel starts here and lets traffic out, I believe. Yep, right here, right by the Duquesne campus. Another area that I try to complete in pretty good detail. Not perfect, but, the game has limitations, so I do my best. Cyber Scythe, hey, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're having a happy holidays. Hey, Moch. So the stream is coming along well. I'm just showing off the city. I did have plans to build the waterfront and this area over here for some screenshots of Moch's new big target asset, which I had to say again is amazing. I can't wait for that to come out in the workshop. Did not make much progress on that, unfortunately, because I've been having a lot of fun showing off the city. It's nice to go into detail and actually show off all the stuff I haven't been able to. But eventually I will be coming back here to detail all of this to take some good screenshots for the workshop post of that. Atwood Station. Would you mind? I don't know. Let me look it up here. I'm not familiar with Atwood Station. Did I build that yet? So that looks like it would be right here. I have not built that yet because I'm planning to build Central Oakland in another episode and take on all of these hospital buildings because it's going to be quite the challenge. It's something that I'm looking forward to doing eventually, but I don't know if I have the skill yet to take that on in PO. But one day, yes, I do plan on completing that in very high detail. Fenrir, yes, the Fort Pitt tunnel entrance is one of the main reasons why I took on this city. Let me show off a car actually doing that real quick, because it's super cool. If I can just click on one of these cars here, hopefully. Let me go into traffic view here so I can grab one. But yeah, it's really just one of those entrances you have to see in real life because it's so awesome. It's the best entrance to a city that you can really imagine. It kind of just, I guess, to set the stage here. So when you enter the city in Pittsburgh, if you're entering from, I guess, the west, you'll be taking 379, and you'll go through these areas known as Green Tree and Carnegie, and you'll get little peaks maybe of the city over the hills here, but it's really hard to tell that you're in a city until you go through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and that's what makes it so cool. You'll be going down here and going through these like lush rolling hills of green trees, some of which seem to be in the middle of the road, so I need to fix that. But let me just raise the speed up here so I'm not moving so sluggishly around. but you kind of wrap around the city in these hills. Ooh, that's not good. I just have to fix this real quick. Problem of being a perfectionist sometimes is I can't stand when I have mistakes like this. But thankfully it's an easy fix. But as I was saying, you kind of come around these rolling hills, and it's hard to tell you're even in a city until you get a little bit further along and go through this tunnel. But the entrance to the tunnel here is coming up, and you go underneath this rail line here. I think this one's operated by Norfolk Southern. But here's the entrance of the Fort Pitt Tunnel here that goes underneath Mount Washington. An absolute vital connection to the city. And you can kind of imagine here. Let me fix these as well. I don't know why they're floating, but again, easy fix. Control T just to set them to the train height. This is where you enter into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And you can kind of imagine here. The city entrance is pretty amazing. So as this car goes through the tunnel, I'm just going to hop back into the chat. Oops, sorry. Accidentally dragged the camera up while I was doing that. Yes, Pittsburgh is definitely the city of bridges. Good moniker for the city. Does the roof look too plain? You know, I think, you know, some texture work is always nice to add. It's hard when you have big surfaces like that, though. I think you did well with adding, like, the AC props and everything, and it looks realistic, but maybe just some, like, grit and dirt would make it look a little bit more realistic. But not a criticism. Let me pause here before I get too far. I'm going to just try to read out the chat. Greetings from the Netherlands. Love the videos and the stream, of course. Thank you, Bart. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a happy holidays. In real life, yeah, you never see any of the city until the tunnel through all the hills. Understandable. Yeah, I haven't quite zoned out some of the buildings that are probably blocking the view. But anyways, now that I'm caught up with the chat, oh yeah, always go through and find something to fix. Yep. always the case. But yes, anyways, here is the entrance that we've been waiting to see. And you can see why that this is known as one of the best city entrances in the world. All of a sudden, you're just thrown right into the city. And it's funny because you have about 100 meters maybe or less to decide which lane you're in. And if you're not from the city, you can see how intimidating that might be as these cars all switch lanes trying to go where they're trying to go. And keep in mind that this is a realistic speed, so quite hectic and can be overwhelming for new people trying to join or trying to visit the city. And it looks like this car here is joining up to go to 279 North, maybe, to the north side. So we'll keep with this view for a little bit here, just show off some of the north side, which I've completed at this point, to the most part. I hope that they go to the right here, because that's more finished than the left, but we'll have to see. So since they're going to the left, I'm actually going to hop into a new car here and just show off more of that north side. Thankfully, we have this Civic that's going to the north side. We can just hop in with them. Hi from Wales. Hey, welcome. Welcome, Ash. Thanks for joining. It's always cool seeing the international presence of the city Skylines community. I'm sure it's very interesting for those of you who are European to see how American cities are built. And then here you can see one of Revo's trains going over the highway, and it just kind of shows off some of the crazy infrastructure and how compact and tight everything is here in Pittsburgh. Yeah, imagine that before GPS. Yeah, you're right, Shoya. I can't imagine. That would be a nightmare. Do you know how to fix the AI body roll, or is it just realistic AI? I think that's actually built into the car assets. Some do better than others. I think that can be changed in one of the mods. I think it's one of the vehicle mods. Someone can correct me in the stream. I don't know off the top of my head. It's the one where you select what cars you want in your city. Yes, even got the Pittsburgh drivers in the game. You'll see people changing 4 lanes at once, with no regard for human life. Hi from Lithuania. Awesome, welcome. I hope you're having a happy holidays over there. AVO, yes, Advanced Vehicle Options. Thank you, Xander. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, that's the mod where you can edit some of the vehicle attributes, make them more realistic. Now, I haven't had the time to go through and do all that yet, because that will be extremely time-consuming to do for every single car and vehicle, but at some point I might, you know. There's different levels of realism in this game, and I try to do my best to capture the most important things first. But not to say that isn't important, but yeah, later on I will complete that. And then just driving through the north side here, I'm really enjoying this drive. I hope you are too. This might be a little bit of a spoiler for the next episode, but hopefully you all are okay with that. I would definitely recommend checking out that episode when it comes out. It's still in progress. I just started editing it, so I had plans to get it out before the new year, but I don't think I'm going to be able to uphold that promise, because nowadays I do try to put more time into research and editing and making my videos like concise and fun to watch. So it may take a little bit more time. Hopefully I can get that out maybe the Saturday after New Year's. City needs a donut van. Yes, and the hot dog van as well. Nothing like those for peak realism. Hi from Ottawa. Welcome. Welcome to our Canadian neighbors, all of you who have joined. Love Canada. Ottawa's a nice city. Detrabot, welcome. Welcome. Good to see you here. Vanilla police car, I agree, has to go. That's something I need to go and figure out all the police stations I've placed so I can get rid of those police cars, because I do have those nice Pittsburgh police cars now that I can be using. Squirrel Hill, I do have plans for. You can see I have the roads here laid out for Squirrel Hill, but it's still empty. I haven't made it out that far yet. Although when driving in Pittsburgh, you always seem to be in the wrong lane. Yes, I know that from experience. When I visit to try to get reference shots and photos for the city, I am always like having to stick my hand out the window like, sorry, because I realize I'm in the wrong lane at an intersection and I'm like in a left turn only lane and I'm like, oh no, I need to get straight here. So I'm just like throw a hand up, and usually people are understanding because the roads are just so crazy out here. But yeah, sometimes you're just unlucky with the roads and you're in the wrong lane, and some of these lanes, if you're in the wrong lane, it will just send you to a completely different part of the city. Vehicle selector mod. Yep. So I'll show the mod that I use. I don't know if I use that one. I think it's service vehicle selector, right? I think I do use that mod. But if I just look at my police stations here, just gotta make sure that I'm actually using these Pittsburgh police cars. I think that is service vehicle selector, the mod that does that. So that will eliminate any vanilla cars if I just kind of click on all these highlighted buildings here quickly. But that's probably not the most interesting content to watch, so I'll do that at a later time. So I think I do that in advanced vehicle options. I don't allow vanilla police cars, but they still spawn because of service vehicle selector overriding that mod. You have to be careful with these mods that have the same function, because sometimes when two mods do the same thing, you may think you've solved a problem in one mod, but the problem kind of shows itself again because of the options of another mod. Wrong turn Pittsburgh can be time consuming. Yes, it can. I completely agree. which US city is the worst driving experience in my opinion? You know, a lot of people will say cities like New York City or San Francisco. I would say in my experience, I haven't been over to the West Coast too much, but I will say for the East Coast, the worst city I've ever tried to drive through is Boston. Boston is a lot like Pittsburgh, where it's compact and the roads are placed in ways that are not conducive for easy driving around in traffic, but at least Boston has the MBTA, so they have a little bit more of a transit network than Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is probably a close second though for one of the worst cities I've had to drive through, and that's not a knock on Pittsburgh. It's just, I mean, you gotta look at the city and you gotta look at these hills and these rivers, and you know, traffic engineers did their best, but there's only so much you can do out here. Looking at the chat here, yeah, Baltimore is the worst city you've driven through. Okay, Xander. Yeah, I guess, Baltimore, yeah. No, I agree. I've driven through Baltimore pretty recently, actually, and some of those highways are really outdated. Worst city I've ever driven through is San Antonio. Yeah, I've never been to San Antonio. I've never driven through Texas, so I can't speak to cities like Dallas or San Antonio. But I can imagine that they're probably pretty terrible to drive through. Can't choose because I've never went to America. That's okay. What's the worst city that you had to drive through where you're from? I'd like to know if you want to put that in the chat. Did you build the Fern Hollow Bridge? Yes, I haven't built the new rebuilt Fern Hollow Bridge, but earlier in the stream I was showing off. I did a little bit of a scene in PO here with the Fern Hollow Bridge collapse, and this was a lot of fun. I did this pretty early on in the build, so it's not quite as detailed as some of my recent work, but I try to capture the scene. For those of you who aren't from Pittsburgh, I'll get it up on the second screen for you here. But the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed, I think, in early... Well, I guess we'll see in a second here. If some Pittsburgh local wants to throw it in the chat before I find it. It looks like it collapsed, I think, in... Can't find it from any of the pictures, but anyways, here's what it kind of looked like. Hopefully that's showing up on screen, but I try to capture that in game. Thankfully, in this accident, no one was seriously injured, so, you know, stuff like this, I try to be respectful. You know, if there was injuries that happened, you know, I wouldn't recreate something like this, but since everyone was okay and no one was seriously hurt, I figured it was okay to do like this little scene recreation here, just as a fun build. Early 2022. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to say without knowing for sure. But yeah, this bus was actually going over the bridge as it collapsed. One person was slightly injured in the crash, but thankfully I think they recovered pretty well. This bridge recently just opened back up. See if I can find a picture of the new one. Here is like a concept art for that. Some people, you know, the locals say it might be a little bit uninspired, but I think the goal of this bridge was just to build it as quick as possible. You know, the city had a national spotlight on them after this bridge collapse. It was like major news, at least in America. So I think the main goal was just to get it back to functioning and building it again. And also it's just a vital bridge for the area. Going into like the image overlay, you can see Wilkinsburg, Regent Square to the south here. They all really rely on this bridge because it's a vital main road that goes through Squirrel Hill and takes you to the city. With this bridge not in action here, it was a pretty long detour either to go through Point Breeze or to connect with 376 down here. But pretty recently they've reopened that. And yeah, the timing of it was pretty crazy because President Biden was visiting the city just before, or just after it collapsed. So I think that was one of the main motivations, or at least one of the main selling points for getting that infrastructure bill passed. The worst city to drive through the Netherlands is Amsterdam. Well, that's funny, Bart, that you mentioned that, because Amsterdam, I think, is designed in a way to make it so that you don't want to drive through it. But the difference between Amsterdam and Pittsburgh is that you have so many other options to get around. One, it's walkable. Two, you have the trams, trains, and I believe, yeah, just trams and trains. And then also the bikeability out there is extremely well done. The Dutch and their bike lanes go hand in hand. But I have been to Amsterdam and Rotterdam before. I'm planning to visit again soon one day, and I want to check out Groningen and some of the smaller cities out there, because I've heard they're very interesting. Groningen, for those of you who don't know, is named Groningen. I think in Dutch it means, it loosely translates to something like City of Bikes, or Bike City. And that's because of the amazing bike infrastructure out there. It's very cool. Oh, subways too, thank you, Bart. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there's subways or not. You know, Amsterdam is so flat, and also the work that they had to do with like the canals and the water there, I wasn't sure if that subways would be like feasible out there, but I guess they are. But yeah, I guess now that I've kind of shown off the city a lot here, I do want to hop into this build and get some of it done over here on the waterfront. But, you know, if anyone has anything they want to throw into the chat, anything they want to see, feel free to let me know and I'll fly around the city. But I do want to get some of this done here. This waterfront area in Homestead is a major shopping plaza and something that I haven't really gotten a chance to build yet, especially in the city of Pittsburgh. But yeah, just gonna hop in here and start building. You can see I use Google Earth to just kind of see what roads I'm going to need. And for this, it looks like I'm going to be able to use some of these big US roads by Hockenheim. They've created these asymmetrical roads that are perfect for these like turn lanes. I'm just making sure that it's correct here. And a lot of this is going to be built with these big parking lot roads, building out these parking lots, and I'm hoping I can just copy and paste at least a good amount of them so I don't have to build them more than once. Groningen is an awesome city, heavily populated with students, so many bikers indeed. Yeah, I hope I get a chance to see it. You know, obviously I follow people like Not Just Bikes and Alan Fisher, and they talk about cities like Groningen a lot, so it'd be cool to actually see it in real life. But now it looks like there's another road here that comes right here, splitting it up. Again, these asymmetrical roads. Just throw a node here in the middle so that I can make that transition over. But actually the node transition looks like it should go here. Looking at Google Maps. And then these look like one lane each blink roads. So I can use these big roads again by Hockenheim, but just the kind of blank suburban version. Now these might not be perfect at this point, but I can always come back and use Move It later. Half the battle is getting the roads drawn, and then the other half is fixing them up. That's why in my videos I don't show off the road building, because it can be really tedious in a 1-1 build like this. A lot of work goes into making the road network perfect before I even start doing any more of the build. And then it looks like there's a few more connections here. But yeah, I'm not worrying about getting it perfect at this point. I'm just trying to get the roads in there and placed. There's a couple commands that help with this too, like control with movement. Oh yeah, Detrobot, this is way outside the city, so it's nice to work on this area on stream, because I'm actually able to get like, let's see, if I use dynamic resolution, I can see I'm getting like 100 perceived FPS here. So if you divide that by my play it speed, I'm actually getting like 30, 40 FPS, which is nice. The waterfront is such a tragic use of space. Yeah, I mean, looking at Google Earth here, this is kind of the reason why I chose Pittsburgh, because, you know, just being honest, there's some really unfortunate uses of the space here. Parking requirements and zoning requirements in America are very aggressive in determining or requiring so much parking. So that's why you see shopping plazas like this just completely surrounded by concrete. A lot of it comes down to politics, actually, and city planning. There's some cities that get around this and actually don't like listen to this as much, and they're usually considered some of the better cities in America. You know, walkable areas, places where they're not so car dependent. But yeah, just taking kind of one thing at a time here. These 2-lane tiny roads are vital for the city of Pittsburgh. Now it looks like I'm going to have to do some work and move it here to get this right. And some node controller as well, just to set the offset of this road a little bit. Drag this back. But yeah, node controller is another mod that's absolutely vital for builds like this. Allows you to do so much more that you wouldn't be able to do without. To make this even, let's see, I've got this at 8 meters and this one at 6. I want those to be the same, so let's put them both right in the middle. It's 8 and 8 looks good to me. Maybe drag this node out a little bit, give it some more room to breathe. And yeah, that's kind of how you make these smooth intersections here. You know, obviously I can do a little bit better with this if I spend some more time, but this is kind of like 80% of the way there, I'd say. Then node controller, I can get rid of these markings, so I can add my own later on, because those are not the markings that I want to have for these little slip roads. Massive roads are dumb too. Yeah, I mean, we've got here these asymmetrical 3 and 2 lane roads. Completely unnecessary for the amount of traffic that's seen through here, except maybe on a day like, you know, today. Christmas Day and Boxing Day tomorrow may fill these roads up, but otherwise, you know, 360 days out of the year, these roads are probably, for the most part, pretty empty. These big asymmetrical roads help a lot. Have pretty much every road you need nowadays on the workshop for a build like this. Looks like I need to connect another road here. Like I said before, the road networks can be pretty tedious, so that's why I don't include them in the episodes. I considered actually drawing out the road network before the stream here, and I would have gotten more done in the waterfront if I had did that, but I want to give an opportunity for anyone who did want to see that kind of process I use for drawing these roads. Figured a stream is a good time to kind of show that off, better than any other time at least. Now this is just going to use a ridiculous amount of nodes, but I think it's going to be worth it to get it right. As long as the nodes aren't too close to each other, it should be fine. But that looks pretty good for that. This comes at a little bit of an angle, so I'll do that. And it looks like it connects back up here. So why not just go ahead and move that up there now? Over here I have another asset that I can use real briefly before I get back to the roads. Dave & Buster's is kind of a commercial arcade. If you're not familiar with them, I don't know if there's outside of America if there's any Dave & Buster's, but these are pretty fun places to just go, and I guess a lot of like corporate events are held here, birthday parties, stuff like that. But yeah, you can just kind of go to these and play some like arcade games. Now in-game, it looks very different, so I think this is an asset that I'm going to have to PO. Now thankfully, with these assets, they come with props separately, so you can do PO projects like this, get them the correct size, and then add the signs back afterwards. I wish I could get the Eat, Drink, Play back, but at least this Dave & Buster's sign will give people the idea of what it is. But yeah, let me know if, what you think of this, if it looks good or not. Maybe I'll add it in the middle to make it a little bit more like real life. And then one command that's really helpful in Move It if you have the new prop anarchy is the comma and period buttons will shrink or enlarge props, assets, like most assets, trees, props, stuff like that. If you're surprised there's no traffic yet in the waterfront, it's because it's not connected. So I should go ahead and do that. And that is this road right here, actually. I made a mistake by connecting it underneath. It should be connected to this bridge, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now this is a one-way road going up to the bridge, and I'm assuming on this side... Okay, so we've got an asymmetrical 2 by 1 lane, so let's go ahead and draw those out. It should be pretty simple to just draw this straight up. Let me make it elevated. And then on the other side, draw this asymmetrical road out. And perfect. Now of course the actual intersection is a little bit wider than this to allow traffic to flow quicker through it, so I'll go ahead and just do that real quick in Node Controller. It's actually pretty dramatically wider. That'll get the job done. Maybe even make this one over here a little bit wider. Set that to like 150. But yeah, now maybe we'll get some traffic coming through because it should now be connected to the city. I just have to make sure I have electricity over here. So I'll set that right inside the target. What happens to the signs that are submeshes instead of props when you PO? So that's a good question. I'll have to do some testing into that. I would assume that they would disappear, but there is of course the trick to keep submeshes with PO. If you PO something after you've already placed it, it should keep your submeshes for the most part. Now unfortunately, image overlay usually gives you more data when looking at roads, but over here the map is pretty low detail. So I'm kind of just having to use my judgment, and that's slowing me down a bit too with drawing out these roads. Normally I can just trace them, but here I kind of have to take a good look and make sure I'm actually drawing these in the right spot. Now I'll just connect that right up here. And then of course, use Move It and Node Controller to make this bend. Now a good way to think of Move It when you're moving and making curves like this, these guidelines help a lot. So you actually want this to be kind of straight on for each direction and angle that you're going. And then the rest of the work can be done in Node Controller once you've done that. I find 2 meters to be a good offset to get clean intersections like this. And now as you can see, this is just about perfect with very little effort involved. All that's left now is just to do some IMT work and that's done. IMT of course being intersection marking tool. Alright Race, see you soon. I-35, yeah, like I said, I'm not too familiar with San Antonio, but I can imagine. Alright, back to eyeballing some roads here. Wish me luck with this. One of the more difficult parts of this project. I can kind of drag this one out as a guideline of where I want to be here. Or I guess another easy way would be to just take this, and it looks like it's about 12 meters. So let's go with that. That'll give us a good straight line here, and now I can delete that and connect it back up. But actually that does not connect, as you can see. There's a bit of a road here, a parking road underneath the Homestead Bridge. So I'll go ahead and do that real quick as well. And for this, big parking lots, I think these are called. Or, sorry, parking lot roads. The other parking lot asset that I use is good for this. And now I can just kind of update this road to have different pillars. Small detail, but makes a difference. I think this should be good. Yeah, perfect. And that gets you over these parking lots pretty well. I'll just have to move this node a little bit, so I'll slide this one this way. Do I adjust the vehicle pathfinding? So I do some work in Traffic Manager occasionally, but mostly just on highway exits. It is unrealistic sometimes, but at the same time I don't want to restrict traffic too much, because even in real life you'll see people go across 4 lanes at once. So while some people might see that as unrealistic, I think it's fair to allow in some cases. And speaking of our first visitor, wow, we've got our first visitor to the waterfront already. Quite a long drive to get out here, so I'm surprised to see someone coming so soon. Now this is going to be fun to build here. I'm going to take more of these parking lot roads that I just used and try to draw out this shape. We've got a little bit of a fake roundabout here and one of those kind of urbanist or fake urbanist shopping plazas. What are your opinions on these? I know these are kind of controversial for a lot of people. Do you like them? Hate them? Let me know. But before I build that, I want to place down this AMC theater because that will give me an idea of how big or how far away this other road needs to be. Oh, someone wants me to click on the car. Yeah, let's see where they're going. So it looks like they are making a trip out to Bed Bath & Beyond. Pretty cool. Oh, and they're actually... Oh, for a second I thought they were employed at Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, wow, we got our first worker. But no, I think they're just heading there to get some shopping done. So this Waterfront AMC, it's pretty massive. I'll have to make this a bit larger, again with PO probably. So just using Shift P to convert it. It's a shame that I wasn't able to keep this asset functional, but I'll throw a service block in here to make it functional again. Now looking at it from above, I don't want to make it too big this way. So it looks like it's more wide actually than it is long. But we'll see if I can get the dimensions kind of right here. I might have to do a little bit more work than just the general tool. But I think this actually captures it pretty well. I could spend hours detailing this and getting it perfect, but some things you just have to make sacrifices on for the sake of time and sanity. But now that that's in here, I can start drawing out a few more roads. It's better than the rest of the waterfront? Yeah. I can see that. So now I can draw one more road here. And another blank road would fit well here for this kind of little entrance here. Let's center this. Yeah, see, this is something I'm going to want to change, I think. This needs to move over a little bit. Let me look at this. Get a good idea before I finish it. And wow, you can see the car is starting to really flood into the waterfront here. It's a popular area, it seems. Now that's pretty good, so I'll just center the AMC right here. Noli, I don't have any plans for Ottawa, unfortunately. I will say Pittsburgh is going to take probably another 2 years. I have a short list of cities that I plan to take on next, and I'll take a look at Ottawa, but for the most part my channel is going to be focused on the Rust Belt. I really want to take on these Rust Belt cities that are kind of overlooked and see what kind of changes can be made to improve them. Once again, I want to thank you all for joining this stream. This is the first time I've ever taken the series live, and it's great to chat with everyone and show off some of the city in a different format. Because the videos are great, but obviously I'm not able to interact when I'm just doing videos. So this is pretty cool and different for me. Now let's see if I can get this right in the center here. That looks a little bit better. So now I can delete these that I was using as a guide and draw that right underneath. Yeah, thanks for being understanding. It's just these projects take so much time. I can't make any promises of what I'm going to do next yet. But eventually, I do want to take on another city as I finish up Pittsburgh. Now I need to figure out what's going on here. Make sure this was the right angle, first of all. 135 degrees, 90, yeah, that looks a little bit better. If you hold control while drawing out roads, I think this precision engineering mod, or it might be another, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, will allow you to snap into kind of more used angles, popular angles, if that makes sense. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm not sure if these are 90-degree angles. So I may just drag this one out a little bit. Like that. Low live streams. And you know, I might start doing this more often. Let's see. Yeah, we've got 36 people watching right now, and thank you so much. That's awesome. I was kind of expecting to be streaming to like 1 or 2 people, so thank you all for the support. This has been a lot of fun, so yeah, I'll definitely be looking into maybe doing these maybe once a month or something. I do want the focus to be on the city builds because I'm really trying to refine like my video editing and put out like short, concise, entertaining videos with that. But it is nice to do this live and be able to interact and kind of go through my thought process more. But yeah, it's like I have some nodes to fix up here. Just clicking on these with no controller does the job. Please stream more often. Okay, yeah. No, I mean, give feedback. Let me know. If you guys like the stream, if you guys enjoy this, please let me know. I'm having a great time, so I will look into doing it more often in the future. I didn't know if I was going to be able to have like the skill to be able to build while talking and interacting with an audience and, you know, kind of just winging it, so. But it's fun. It's fun. For the parking lot roads, is there a way for it not to affect the main road's markings? I'm not sure. Oh, like this? So the way I'm going to fix that is, since these parking lots aren't dark in real life, I'm just going to go ahead and lighten them up so that it doesn't make that effect. I don't know why that's not working. It should. It might be a little mod conflict that I have now with Painter. So if I try using this mod instead, maybe I can just fix that real quick. I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, that seems to have worked here. I don't know if that did it for all the parking lots in the city. I hope not, because there's some parking lots that I do want to have darker. Now, of course, I can really get into the details here and decal all of this for brick. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that on the stream, but we'll see. I really like your series. Oh, you're making a Kiev map. That's cool, Robert. Thanks for sharing. I'd be interested in seeing that if you ever had a like screenshots or stuff to show off. The Discord is a great place to share your builds. I have a Discord server. I don't think it's linked in this video, in this live stream. I don't know if I had a chance to do that or not. But yeah, if you join the Discord, it's usually linked in the description of most of my episodes. It's a great place to show off the city skyline builds that you're working on. And I'd definitely be interested in seeing your own build. So feel free to share there. It's a great group of a lot of different creators we have now. Good amount of people in the chat here, part of the Discord, and yeah, it's just cool to see everyone's builds. Now here you can see I started off using these parking lot road parking assets, but because this is a one-way roundabout, I'm switching over to these raisable car parking lots. I think these are by Potato 24/7. These are pretty awesome because you can do both directions with them, and they're raisable too, so they're really useful in parking lots that are like above ground, garages, you know, your more problem areas that you normally wouldn't be able to build parking lots on. Now that I have them all in, I can kind of just take the all and hit Control T, and that will snap it right to the terrain height, so I don't have to spend time and move it going up and down with these. And that's just a matter of kind of fixing things up. So I can just kind of disable my nodes and segments, bring these up a little bit, maybe set this one down just a tad, and yeah, pretty simple. Easy parking lots. And Grod, thanks for joining. I hope you have a good holidays. And Tabi, thank you. I appreciate that. Is it Tabi or Toby? Hope I'm not pronouncing your name wrong there. And this is actually not a parking lot road, so let me change that real quick to an asymmetrical road here. That works. And it looks like one of these roads needs to be moved. And I think it's actually this one that needs to be moved down. So I'm going to grab all of this, because this segment is way shorter in real life. I want to make sure I capture that. And that should do the job just about. And that would also allow me to make this smaller, and that's probably why it wasn't looking so realistic a second ago. It's all about the fine adjustments, and that should be a little bit better now. Tabi like hobby, perfect, thank you. Well, I'm glad I was getting it right at first, at least. Now I can grab these. And again, since this is one way, all of the parking is facing the same direction. Now, one negative to these is that they count as buildings towards the building limit, and they can't be PO'd, as far as I know. At least if they are PO'd, they lose all function. So, I try not to use these when I can, but sometimes it's unavoidable, and they're the best option you have. I'm using control here for fine movement and move it. That allows me to just line these up perfectly, pretty easily. Now you'll notice it goes on the curb a little bit here, but I think I can fix that just by dragging it a little bit more, and that'll get the job done. Joppy, hey, welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. Glad to see you here. Today we've covered quite a lot. We're back to working on what I plan to be the main theme of the stream, which is this waterfront shopping plaza area. But I think we've been streaming now for about 3-4 hours, so covered a lot in those 4 hours, a lot of the city that I haven't been able to show off in the builds yet, and just chatting with some of the Pittsburgh natives here and all the people that have joined. It's pretty cool to see. I was mentioning earlier, the international presence of the community is really awesome. finally here we've got a little bit of a roundabout. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do a low detail roundabout here, just to save on some nodes. Now to do that, it might be a little bit difficult because I'm using this parking lot network, but we'll see what we can do here. Now it looks like I'm going to need maybe one more node, but hopefully I can keep it pretty node light, because projects like this, you reach the node limit very quickly if you're not careful. But to build this little roundabout, I think what I'm going to do is just stretch this out. And then these two nodes, the blue and red, I'm just going to make these larger. Not much I can do with this side of it, other than maybe drag it out like this. Of course, that might do some damage to our vehicle pathing, so we'll have to see if that's going to be able to function. But yeah, I'll just throw some curb props in the middle here, make a low detail roundabout. Again, using the hotkeys period and comma will make props bigger or smaller as you press those. So that's a good way to make use of less props to build more things. Yeah, 3-hour city tour basically. Yeah, I'm excited to post this later on for anyone who wants to watch, because I feel like I haven't gotten a chance to really do that yet for this city. There's just so much to show off in the city. It's really a massive project that's been taken on over this past year. I started this back in January, I think, of 2022. So it's just about reaching the 1-year mark now. A lot of detail left to go here, but at least getting the roads down. Now these, I want to see if I actually have... I know that Kloos makes some suburban roads that might even fit better here. That has a median in the middle. Now see, if it didn't have the median, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, the only ones without a median are these 3x2. Or actually, these have a median too. Never mind. So I will have to stay using, I think... maybe these. That looks a little bit better, because they're a little bit wider than the road that I was using before, which is this. I don't know, let me know in the chat. Oh, hey! People coming in from Overcharged Egg stream. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I recommend checking out earlier in the stream when this is posted later on. I did a 3-hour city tour of Pittsburgh. But real quickly, since it seems like we've got some people joining, some new people, I'll show off the city real quick. But yeah, here's the Pittsburgh project. If you're new to the series, I've been building this over the last year or so, and the whole purpose of this project is to build a Rust Belt city exactly how it is, like 1-to-1, as close as possible, so that later on in the project, in part 2, I can revitalize the city and bring urban planning principles into it, expand the transit networks and transfer opportunities, increase bikeability and walkability, stuff like that. You know, this is an American city that's very car dependent, so I think it was a good starting point to kind of show like what good city planning changes can do, like what can be brought to cities, how they can be improved. But yeah, thank you, Claire. I really put a lot of time and effort into this city trying to get it perfect. If you can see, I have Google Earth running, and I do this in my videos as well to kind of compare the city to real life. But yeah, this is the current state of the city. You can kind of see the scale of the project when I zoom out. I'm using the full 81 tiles, of course. But yeah, we've got everything in the city from hilly suburbs and very difficult infrastructure builds like this. We've got some neighborhoods with streetcar lines up in the hills that are pretty cool. Just kind of giving a short city tour here like I did before. It's very easy to get distracted in the city, just kind of looking around at all the different things. Of course, you've got famous neighborhoods and famous views like Mount Washington. Great overlook of the city up here. I think actually I can fix my visuals to look a little bit nicer here for you all. But here, I'll get the Google Maps view up here for comparison. Not completely finished up here with this area, but you can kind of see the resemblance here. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the videos. This is my first time going live in the city. I wanted to show it off, and for the holidays, you know, chat with some of the people that have, you know, been part of this community. It's really great. We've got some Pittsburgh locals following along with the series, and then we've got people all over the world who've just been kind of following along and getting more interested in Pittsburgh. So it's really awesome to see. This is one of my favorite views of the city. Shows just how car dependent Pittsburgh is nowadays. And this is something that I hope to fix one day in part 2 of the project. If you go back and rewatch earlier parts of the stream, I talk about what I want to do here, but the short of it is there's these 2 HOV lanes actually in the middle of this, which are very rarely utilized. And they lead you both to downtown and the stadium district over here. And they connect to the north side of the city, which used to have streetcar access, trams, you know, railway, stuff like that. And it was replaced with this highway later on. But since these HOV lanes are so rarely used, I think if we just run some LRT along these right-of-ways, you know, it would be an expensive project, but I think it would be beneficial to the city to give the people in the north more transit options for getting downtown. And not to spoil too much, but I hope to build a nice freeway cab park all the way from this road, which in real life is part of East Street. And I'm going to try to cover it all the way into a portion over here. You know, obviously we have those ramps coming down, so there'll have to be cutouts for that. But it's going to be a pretty ambitious project, not just for the game, but also, you know, for the city. If they, you know, look at this, it'll bring some green space into the city where there's now just a concrete mass of highway. You know, it'll cool the city down, give some green space, some recreation area. And then also, I want to make a LRT station here in this old freeway right-of-way for these HOV lanes, and maybe some stairways so that people on the north side can reach that station. But yeah, anyways, that's kind of one of the plans I have for this project, so you can kind of get like an idea of what I'm doing with the city. But most recently, I've been working on the north side of the city, which is this area over here. And I'll show a comparison to real life. But you can see I've gone through and I've placed every single building here by hand. I'm trying to make this city as realistic as possible, so it's a lot of time and a lot of patience, but it's really starting to pay off as things come together. Thank you, Joppy. That's very kind. I appreciate that. But yeah, and then show off a few famous views here before I hop back into the build. But here's the former Heinz Stadium. The view from the nosebleeds up here, view of the city. Another stadium view. This is probably known as the best view in all of American baseball. You get this stunning view of the city from PNC Park, as it's called, where the Pittsburgh Pirates play. And then also, let me make sure I get this bridge name right. There's 3 sister bridges that cross over the Allegheny River here. And this far one here is the Roberto Clement Bridge, which is actually closed in Pittsburgh now. But you can see kind of the resemblance here of the views. Just doing my best to get it as close as possible, of course. You know, there are some limitations to this game, but I'm taking my time to try to do it right. Squirrel Hill is still unbuilt, Ben, but I have plans in store for it. I have the road network finished. Some other cool stuff that I can show off for all the people joining here. Speaking of Squirrel Hill, as Ben just mentioned, there's this interchange here for 376, and it's really tight in between these mountains, as you can see on Google Earth. And in-game, I actually got that here pretty well. If feel free to give some feedback if you want in the chat, but for the way the game limits are, I'm pretty proud with what I did here. This goes into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and it's a pretty crazy intersection. I talked about this a lot earlier in the stream, so again, I definitely recommend checking that out. But yeah, it goes to show like these old highways that were built in the 50s and 60s and just how compact they were. It's impressive, but it's concerning in a way that I know that these highways aren't safe. One major thing I mentioned is that Beachview Avenue. This exit comes down from Beachview onto 376 with a stop sign, and there's no buffer lane, there's no like safety in place. You kind of just have to check over your shoulder and make sure that no one's coming behind you. And it's made even more complicated by people taking this exit into Squirrel Hill here. So you've got this conflict point here of like 50 meters where cars are joining and leaving the highway, and it's just very... It could see improvement. How? I don't know. I haven't made plans for how to improve this interchange yet, but I do definitely want to take a look at it. Hey, Teddy Radko, welcome. Definitely check out Teddy Radko. He started a YouTube channel pretty recently, in terms of City Skylines things at least. He's a major figure on Reddit. If you haven't seen his post, he's the vanilla asset guy, and the things that he's able to do with vanilla assets are amazing, because I can't even imagine like the creativity involved with some of the projects that he takes on. But very cool stuff. Definitely check out Teddy Radko. Yeah, 376 gets extremely backed up because of this conflict point. But like I said, it's insane that this was even built here. I'm not sure exactly how to fix it, but it'd be worth taking a look at, I think. It's pronounced Clemente. Thank you, Robert Clemente Bridge. Showing that I am not a local here. I always have to look up the pronunciations of things in my research, but I don't always get it right. Thank you, Teddy, I appreciate that. Traffic piles up on Beachview Avenue too. Yeah, I can imagine. It does in game too sometimes. Some other cool views of the city. I love showing off views that are complete. So this is the south side of Pittsburgh. Really dense, walkable area on the south shore of the Monongahela River. And let me hop in the same exact spot in game here so you can kind of see the comparison. But this was fun to build. Obviously took a lot of time, but it was very much worth it to get this right, because just seeing this view side by side was so rewarding when I finished. Let me see if I can actually set this up. So Google Earth has a field of view of 80, if you didn't know. So if I set it right here, I can actually get it perfect. You can see the comparison. City Skylines YouTuber that is a very heavy vanilla detailer. I would check out, first of all, Teddy Radko, is very good at that. He's in the chat right now if you want to say hi. Another one that I love to watch is Imperator. Those two, I think, are like some of the most talented detailers for vanilla game. Teddy, you want to see the view out of the mountain? Yes, of course I can do that. Probably the most famous view in all of Pittsburgh is this Fort Pitt Tunnel. And let me set the stage for you real quick. I'm sorry if you've already seen this, I've shown this off in the stream, but when you're coming into Pittsburgh from the west, you actually can't tell you're in a city until the very last moment. So you're kind of coming along these like green hills here, and I'll show it in Google Earth too as I come along here. But you can see that you don't really know that you're even in a city. It just looks like, you know, green rolling hills, suburbs. You're kind of coming around here, around this bend. And then all of a sudden, you're going around this bend, and you reach this Fort Pitt Tunnel. And this is a very impressive piece of infrastructure. So this tunnel takes you under Mount Washington. And I'm going to set my camera here on one of these cars so you can just see the video of what it looks like to come into the city. If I can just click on one of these cars, I'm not sure why it's not letting me. There we go. We'll follow this Jetta into the city. Actually, I want to see where they're going first. See if this, yeah, this will be a good view. But yeah, take a break here to just join the chat. Hey, Marijuana, thanks for joining. Marijuana is another YouTube, well, not YouTuber, streamer, sorry. He goes live on Twitch every once in a while. Building the city of Wellington in New Zealand. It's a very impressive build. Marijuana is actually, he's the one who's inspired me to pick up 3D modeling. Definitely check out his build, it's very impressive. Very close to real life. As far as one-to-one builds, he has probably taken the cake. But coming up here, we'll actually see the famous Fort Pitt Bridge, Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance to the city. And you'll see just how impressive it is in a second here. But probably the best city entrance, maybe in the entire world. Because you're just thrown smack dab right in the middle of downtown so quickly. And there it is. You just come out of the tunnel and there's downtown. And then you have maybe 50 meters to decide what lane you're in, and good luck with that, because it is crazy. Good luck getting in the right lane too, because if you don't, you're going in the opposite direction. Crete, I use the SCT Homecoming theme by, I think, Rafa. It's an older theme, but I still think it's one of the best. The other good theme that I would recommend, if you don't want to use that, is called the 4K Praia, I think. I might be mispronouncing that, but it came out recently and it looks really good. But yeah, that was the Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance. And keep in mind, this is realistic speed, so that is a very short amount of time to decide what lane you're going to be in. Have I been to Pittsburgh? Yes, I try to visit every once in a while to get photos and reference shots. Most recently, I went to the north side, Western Avenue, and all of the areas up there by like the Allegheny, I believe it's Allegheny Hospital, Allegheny General, and try to get some good reference shots for building that area. But yeah, I try to visit like at least once every couple months. Yes, it is extremely impressive at night. In fact, I'll show off the city here a little bit at night. If you haven't seen it yet, I made a visual kind of guide or tutorial. But the one thing I haven't really nailed down yet is my nighttime visuals. So the city may not look as good at night. Just a fair warning. It's still a work in progress for the nighttime visuals, but I'll show it off still. Yes, the Mexican War Streets RPG Technician. That's the exact area that I was working on. That is, spoiler alert, next episode, episode 21, is going to cover the Mexican War Streets, Randyland. It's going to cover the Allegheny General Hospital. It's also going to cover the Mattress Factory, which is a very cool art kind of installation or art house up there. And I built it in pretty good detail. I'll show it off really briefly, but I want everyone to kind of see that episode because I'm pretty proud of it. But I'll show off Western Ave briefly here, just so you can get an idea of kind of the detailing I did for this area. But I really enjoy these brick-lined roads. But if you want to check that out, that episode should be out around January 7th, I believe. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with the chat here. Where am I from? So I don't like to say exactly where I'm from, just because I don't want to dox myself, but I'm in the Northeast US. So it's pretty easy for me to get to Pittsburgh whenever I need to. But I also have a ton of locals helping me out in the Discord. I have a Discord server for this project, and they help me out with photos and videos. You'll see some of those in the upcoming video. I have a Pittsburgh local who helped me drive through Western Ave to capture some like dash cam footage. And if I'm able to edit correctly, I hope I can add some interesting footage into the next video. I have thought about creating Detroit. I think it's a little bit too large of a city to complete though. But it would be an interesting project. Yes, I'm excited for Randyland, and I think you will be too. I don't want to show that off in stream because honestly I think it's the most impressive part of the entire build. I did some tricks there that I think you're going to find pretty impressive, especially if you're a local, because I was able to get it looking pretty much spot on. And if you're not from the area, I'll show it off on Google Earth real quick. Let me just make it big real quick. But Randyland is a very interesting, I guess, it's just a private home, I'm pretty sure. I've never actually been there in real life, but it's this really cool area. This guy, Randy, he's the owner of the home, and it's just kind of a lot of junk, but it's very colorful. It's got these murals on the walls, and it's a cool place to visit in Pittsburgh. It's very unique. But I used some tricks and procedural objects to be able to grab this mural in real life, and I imported it into the game. So you'll see in the next build, I actually have it looking pretty much spot on. Now, do I have as much junk as Randy does? I don't, but I did my best. So I hope you enjoy the results of that in the next episode, because that's going to be the showcase build. See you, Teddy. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a happy holidays. I apologize if the stream is a little bit laggy. It's just doing Google Earth and streaming and showing off the build all at once is a little bit much for my computer sometimes, and it seems to be getting a little angry at me. So I will turn down the speed of it a little bit to try to help with some of that lag. But yeah, lag in City Skylines is just sometimes unavoidable. Overview of the skyline. Yeah, sure. So this is the Pittsburgh skyline, and I can kind of go and talk about some of the buildings I built here, because I haven't really done that in any video yet. Obviously, some of the most famous buildings in Pittsburgh are the UPMC Steel Tower. I guess locals will probably get upset at me for saying that. It's the US Steel Tower, which is now having UPMC branding at the top. This is the Highmark Center, Highmark building right on the end of 5th Avenue. PPG, also known as like the Castle, I believe some people call it. This is PPG Place, and also the other buildings nearby. These assets created by Honker are very nice. BNY Mellon Center, which was recently completed by asset creator Yinzer, another nice Pittsburgh landmark. And then I forget the name of this one. I think it's One Oxford Center. But that is this building right here. And that's using some Patreon-only assets by Reaper. He was a pretty prominent asset creator a few years ago in City Skylines. I think he seems to be taking a bit of a break from making assets, or he might just be Patreon only now. But yeah, very, very nice assets he used to make. K&L Gates Center. This was also done in PO. For that building, I think I used... if I can find it. I used the 800 Superior asset and just kind of changed it quite a bit in PO. Made it taller, made it a little bit more red. And I do that a lot in Pittsburgh to recreate these buildings. There's very few of these that are actually made for Pittsburgh, so a lot of them are just my attempts at recreating them with PO. There's some that I can definitely improve upon, like the Coppers building and the US courthouse over here, but I'm just trying to capture the overall vibe of the city. And then of course you've got Union Station, the Amtrak station here. And this is one of the very few builds where I built an interior. I'll show that off real quick. I built this in episode 11 called The Forgotten Amtrak Station. And I'm not much of an interior detailer, but I tried to do something like interesting here. So I've got some like functional escalators and detailed it with like a train. This is one of Bisquickelhausen's Amtrak trains. And then you can kind of see I've got some procedural objects, animated signs, and they show off the actual departure and arrival times for both the Pennsylvanian and the Empire Builder lines that come through here. Reaper is still making assets, he's just switched completely to Patreon it seems. Fair enough. Yeah. Show us the downtown prison. Yeah, I can do that real quick. Of course. That is another PO build that I completed pretty early on in the project. But yeah, here's a good comparison for those of you who aren't from Pittsburgh if you want to see. You've got 376 kind of wrapping around the prison here. Now I haven't detailed around it or done much work at all because it's got quite a lot going on over here, but I will revisit that at some point. Good night, Claire. Thanks for visiting the stream, and I hope you have a happy holidays. One thing that I love showing off is 579 Crosstown Boulevard. This is probably the most ambitious infrastructure project I took on for the city. Now this view from above doesn't really do it justice, but I'll show you in road mode real quick. You can kind of see the right-of-ways here and see which way everything's going. Cleaner view here. You can kind of see it's just a mess of roads that was laid across what used to be the Lower Hill District. This was part of the urban redevelopment projects of the 1950s, so you can kind of see the influence of car dependency, what it had on the city. Now if you look at this from the side, you can kind of see just how much goes into this infrastructure here. I try to capture the exact road heights and elevations here, but it was one of the most difficult builds in the entire Pittsburgh project. But yeah. That is 579 Crosstown Boulevard, and if you look in Google Earth, there's actually this open area right here. In real life though, it's just not updated yet in Google Earth. They recently completed this freeway cap park, and I'll show that off. Because it's pretty cool. This is kind of the stuff that I want to do for this project. Yeah, you can kind of see, oh, this is not what I wanted to do here. But here's a good website to kind of show off what they've done. This was back when they were in the planning stages of it. I'll go ahead and make this full screen so you can see. But I think there are some images of it now that it's built. Here's kind of what it looks like in real life. But yeah, I'll show off a little comparison here. I didn't get it 100% correct. I wasn't really aiming to completely copy it. I kind of want to do my own thing here. But I try to capture the overall vibe of the park. Bring some more sunlight here so you can actually see it. But yeah, projects like this are really important for cities because, you know, back when it was just an open hole over the freeway, there's a couple factors involved that make freeway cap parks so, like, beneficial to cities. First of all, without a freeway cap park, all of the pollution from the cars here and road noise are able to travel up to these buildings around a lot more easier. This green space actually caps some of that pollution and traps it so that people walking above are able to walk with more clean air. And another thing, if you want to kind of nerd out on some of the science behind freeway parks, is they lower something called the albedo effect of the surface. So to explain that, concrete reflects sunlight and heat, making cities a lot hotter, especially when there's a lot of concrete in one area. So if you cap it and replace it with grass, it absorbs a lot more of that light energy and makes cities cooler places to live. I talked about that a little bit in episode 20, where I talked about freeways and how they divide our cities and a few ways that we could fix that. This road laid out is atrocious. Yeah, I agree. It just shows some of the city planning principles that we had and the radical changes we did to our cities in the 1950s. That's kind of why I want to take on this project, because if there is such radical change in the 50s, why not bring some positive improvements in the same radical manner today? You know, this highway wasn't built into the 50s or 60s. And yes, the city has changed a lot since then. But I think it's worth, you know, maybe revisiting and seeing if this is really a vital corridor for Pittsburgh. And it may be. You know, I'm not 100% against freeways. I said that earlier in the video. I think they play a vital part in cities. And cars do as well. You know, you're always going to have cars for rural areas. You can't run a train or bus out to everybody's house. Especially in America, because it's such a big country. It's nothing like the Netherlands where, you know, I think the Netherlands is like the size of our smallest state, maybe. RPG technician, yeah, it's super bright under there. I tried to capture that in game, and that reminds me I need to show off nighttime. But I added these lights in. It's a little rough on the details, but I did my best. And I'll show off the city at night here a little bit too while I talk. But once again, back to cars, you know, they play a vital role in cities, and you're never going to get rid of cars. But what I want to focus is just on car dependency and trying to lower that. You know, if you lower the dependence on cars and allow people to use other means of transport, and that can be anything from a bus to a tram to a bike to your own 2 feet, you know, it all needs to be considered: walkability, bikeability, and transfer networks. The less people you have dependent on cars to get around, the better cities will be, and the more room the highways will have. It's the number one thing you can do, in my opinion, to lower traffic in cities, is instead of overbuilding highways, is actually to focus on reducing highways and reducing the kind of incentives to use cars to get around. But yeah, that's just one of the things I want to do with this project, is trying to focus on how we can make cities like this less car dependent. Because it even fits into another theory, which is known as induced demand. And if you watch like Alan Fisher, they talk about this in their videos. Same with City Beautiful, another great channel. Induced demand is the theory that the more lanes you build for a freeway, the more people are going to want to use that freeway. So it actually has a kind of positive feedback loop in the fact that because it's better infrastructure, more people want to use it. Hey Mary, welcome back. But Thomas, here's the Grand View overlook. Well, actually, sorry, that was Mount Washington. Let me show off the actual Grand View overlook over in more eastern part of Mount Washington, because I have completed that. If I can just find the road it's on, I think it's one of these. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Now I'll give us a good sunset view for this, because this is another one of my favorite views in the city. There's these little overlooks here, and you can see why they were placed, because it's one of the best views of the entire city up here. If I could just get my camera just right here, you can see. It gives a stunning view of the city, and I'll show that off in Google Earth here as well, so you can kind of compare to the real city. Yes, agree. The more parking you put in the downtown, the more people drive there. Oh, this is not the best view in Google Earth. Let's see if I can find a better one. Sometimes hard to get it to behave the way I want it to. But you can kind of get the gist of it here. Wow, 91 degrees. Very different from what the temperature is, I'm sure, in Pittsburgh right now. I think they just went through a pretty deep freeze. Over here where I'm at in the northeast, it's pretty cold too. It's starting to warm up now. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong there, but your seasons are reversed, so you're actually experiencing summer right now while we experience winter, because you're in the southern hemisphere down in Australia. How far into the full build of Pittsburgh are you percentage-wise? I'd say probably halfway to maybe 40% done. So I'm 20 episodes in, and I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I want to make the recreation portion of the series about 50 episodes long. And then I plan to do another 50 episodes after that, or at least another 25 episodes after that. Make it 75 episode long series showing off the revitalization. This is definitely a long-term project, and I don't have any plans to end it anytime soon. But I also have my Rochester series going alongside this to kind of show off like how I start these projects. That one's in the very beginnings of the city. I may even hop into that if you guys are interested. Let me know in the stream if you guys want to see some Rochester. I even have a little bit of Baltimore that I built that I can show off, but I'll just have to take a quick break to switch between the saves. Rochester takes about a minute to load, so it shouldn't be too long of a break. But if a few people want to see it, I'd be happy to show off that build. It's pretty interesting to see as well. Got one sure. Oh, hey Fused, welcome to the stream. Sure? Okay, well I will be right back. Don't worry, no need to leave. I will be back in just 1 minute, but I'm going to put on the waiting room screen if that's alright. But be right back. Alright, welcome back. I'm just going to be loading into the save. It's called Baltimore, but it's actually my Rochester city. I built a little bit of Baltimore outside of the city of Rochester that I've completed. And this was built for Don B's new battle monument. It's like this column asset that he just created and released on the workshop. And it was a lot of fun because it's probably the most heavily detailed build I've ever completed. So I'm excited to show that off. Tabi, that's a good question. I'm surprised no one's ever asked about that. So Gaseous Stranger is kind of a play on words for one of my music artists that I like to listen to, Liquid Stranger. I just thought it was funny, just like a little funny, memorable nickname. I don't like to take things too seriously, so the little farting superhero guy, I thought it'd be funny and memorable. There's really not much more to it than that, but yeah, I'm just surprised that no one's ever asked that before. Yeah, I heard in Pittsburgh it was -30 wind chill. And for those of you who use Celsius, it's actually about the same once you get down that cold. -30 in Fahrenheit is pretty close to -30 in Celsius as well. So you can imagine how cold that is. But yeah, I agree. Once you get below -10 degrees Celsius, it's just brutal. That's when the cold hurts. And it doesn't matter how much you bundle up. If you have any skin that's showing, it stings. Painful. Hey, IBS is no joke. Very true, Marijuana. Very true. Yeah, you can see on my loading screen here just how much RAM I'm using and how much of the page file I'm using as well. So I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, but I also have 157 allocated on my page file. And that lets me load in the 8,000 assets I'm using quite a bit quicker. Yeah, those missing assets are things that I just decided I don't need. So a lot of them are cars. I use tree and vehicle props. So I don't need any prop vehicles, so I don't subscribe to those. It saves me a little bit of weight on my save file. And then the rest of the props you see missing are just props that I don't really enjoy using in my cities anyways. I usually just use Bob to replace them. So keeping things as light as possible, optimization, all that, I keep them unsubscribed. But those missing assets do not cause any issues for the city because they're just props. Networks are the ones that you have to worry about. If you're missing a network in your city won't load. Props, not so much. I'm glad you always smile when you see the logo. That's kind of the goal. I just want to keep it fun and, You know, some of the topics I talk about are serious and even controversial sometimes. So it's good to kind of mix that in with fun stuff. You know, you gotta make city planning fun. But yeah, now we are in what's Baltimore and also Rochester. And please ignore these street trees. This is a mod issue that I've been having lately with, I believe, Node Controller and Adaptive Networks because of the new update. So I'm just clearing these out real quick. It's not really an issue that bothers me too much because I can just tap them away. But it is a little frustrating because I try not to have any mod issues in my saves. But for little aesthetic ones, I can live with it. I've been making a separate save file just in case it is one of those mod issues that's sticky or sticks around. But I don't believe it is. Max Sergi is very on top of his game with updating mods and fixing problems. So I have full confidence that he's going to have this solved pretty soon. The update just came out yesterday, so big shout out to Max Sergi for all of the work he does modding this game. But yeah, let me show off some of Rochester. You can see it's very early in the stages of the build. Of course, water is acting like water in City Skylines. That jello substance that we all love to see. Let me just speed up the game real quick to get rid of that. It settles where I want it to, but every time I load, because of 81 tiles I believe, you'll get this big spike of water. But now that that's fixed, show off some of the stuff I'm proud of in this city. So most recently, I was working on detailing the Genesee River over here. And I'm really happy with how this turned out. So this is the Court Street Dam. And I will pull up Google Earth here in a second once I get it in the same area. Let me fly over from Pittsburgh here. Now this city, at least for the downtown core, I want this to be completely one-to-one. And that means I'm putting in a lot of work in this center area of the city here, where the inner loop kind of wraps around the city. I want everything in this loop here to be completely one-to-one. So with this series, even more so than Pittsburgh, I'm going through it very slowly and detailing. Hey, welcome back, Ryan. And that means taking on projects that are more difficult in City Skylines. These challenges have been really fun. So you can see a little comparison here of the Court Street Dam. And I'm really happy with the way I was able to get the water to flow over this realistically. And it looks like an actual dam, like functioning. So I'm happy with that, because that was extremely difficult to do with the water mechanics in this game. And then of course I added some of these wave decals to make it look a little bit more realistic too. But I'll show off some views that I'm proud of here. So this is kind of looking across the river towards the west side of downtown. And I'll set up the camera here in Google Earth so you can see a little comparison. But yeah, a lot of PO has gone into this build so far, trying to get it like spot on to the real city. And yeah, Kaguma, that is the reason why I chose Rochester. I only choose cities that I feel like I can finish. One of the first 1-1 projects I did was San Francisco, and I learned my lesson not to take on big cities. Because one, I couldn't finish, it's just impossible to finish all of the city that I wanted to. It's too big, like footprint-wise. And there's a lot of other cities that fit into that, like Detroit. But also performance-wise, it would not be possible. The game just breaks down at a certain point when you're building in such density. Yes, very fun fact, the bridge over here, this one specifically, used to have buildings on it, and I talk about that in Rochester episode 4. One of my Discord members, this is East Main Street. I'll try to show a picture of that. But just like some European cities used to have, it used to have buildings going across the bridge. Let's try to find a historical photo here of it. But it actually had buildings going across this bridge until the late 1960s. Or, sorry, early 1960s. But if you can see up here, I have this up now. You can kind of see that there is these buildings that span across the bridge. It's pretty cool. Obviously they're not there anymore. They were torn down in the 1960s. But pretty cool bit of history for Rochester there. But yeah, showing off a little bit more of the build here. You know, we've got some famous landmarks here. This is the Aqueduct building in Rochester. Right behind that, we've got this new asset by Catinum. This is the Times Square building. And this is just an absolutely gorgeous asset. One of my favorite things about it is the night lighting, which I'll show off. But it's really well done, and I love this asset. Even if you're not building Rochester, I recommend you check this out because it will go perfect in your downtown. But yeah, let me set the lighting here. Again, if you want to know more about my graphics mods and lighting, I recommend checking out the recent tutorial I just put out. I go over every single setting that I use, from the fog to the clouds to the sun, atmosphere lighting. I show you what LUT I use, and you can just follow along and make adjustments from my settings to get your settings looking good as well. I know lighting and clouds and fog in the city are very difficult to set up, so I spent like 8 hours getting my visuals just right and released this video recently, so hopefully you won't have to do the same. Yes, no, Dirty H. We can't forget about Dirty H. He is taking on San Francisco. I'm not sure if it's still going. I think he's still releasing videos here and there on it, but he's doing it a little bit scaled down. It's very much, he's doing it very well for the scale he's using, but when I tried at 1:1, it was impossible because of the density. That's definitely one of those cities, along with like New York and Chicago, that you'd probably have to scale down to maybe 60-80% if you want to give it a proper go. But here is the train station that I completed in episode 3. And you can probably see in this city, it's a little bit higher detail than Pittsburgh. I'm really focusing on like using decals and like all of these different props to make it look and feel like a real city. But Ryan, yeah, you can see the Baltimore area here in the background. And this is kind of funny. So obviously this is not part of Rochester, but Don B recently released a new statue asset, and he was kind enough to reach out to ask me to make some screenshots for it for the workshop. So I told him, you know, I want to do it right. You know, I love the city of Baltimore. So what I did is I actually built the entire scene around the asset that he made in real life. So I'll show you a comparison of this as well. I think it's 101 Calvert Street in Baltimore. So I'll show it off first in Google Earth, and then I'll show you what I did with it. And it's not actually that, so let me just type in the name of it. It's the Battle Monument. So it's North Calvert Street. I just got the wrong side. But you can see here, and you might be able to already tell what I've done, but I just kind of spent a lot of time, and I did this actually on stream and Discord. I built this entire thing in about 4 hours. And yeah, I'll just go ahead and hop down in game here too to show you, but this was a really fun build to do. Try to get these both a good size so you can make a good comparison here. But yeah, this was a super fun build, the most detailed build I've probably ever done, and I'm really happy with the way it turned out. Just get a little piece of Baltimore, and I only built enough just to make an illusion of it for the screenshots. So you'll see from certain angles, it actually looks like a complete city, but I only built like a very small portion of it, like a few blocks. And you can kind of see, it's a really cool asset. I definitely recommend checking it out. It just came out on the workshop. Oops, I have some prop cars here to kind of populate it a bit more, but if I delete those, you'll see it looks a little bit better. So cars aren't inside of each other. But yeah, I spent some time with like the detail shrubs by Abator, these decals, I forget who those are by, but these cobblestone decals. I added in these bollards and these planters, some trash cans. You know, obviously I did all the intersection marking tool work, decals, road damage, and you know, this is the most I've ever detailed any scene. So I even got like the tactile pavement that's used to help, you know, those with less vision get around cities. And yeah, I just did it completely one-to-one as close as possible, so you can see like a comparison here. Every road marking and decal should be spot on all the way down to here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a very small detail build. I can't do this large scale for cities like Rochester or Pittsburgh, or else I would be building them until City Skylines 7 came out. But it's fun to do for screenshots like this. And yeah, I'm just really happy with how this turned out personally. I'll even go into Street View here so you can kind of see what it looks like. But yeah, I did my best with this one, and you know, just let me know what you think in the stream comments. I kind of wish I recorded this for a video, but yeah, that's one of the benefits to joining the Discord is I will occasionally join in and chat and do live streams there. But yeah, I got this done really quickly, just 4 hours on stream, and super fun build. A big thank you to Don B for reaching out to me for taking these screenshots. I was very honored to be able to do that because he's a great asset creator. And yeah, you can see those screenshots on the workshop. I think it's actually one of the top assets of the week, so much deserved for the work that went into it. Yes, Tabi, I think the main difference between the 3090 and the 3060 here, because I only use 10 to 12 gigabytes of VRAM. So technically you can do everything I do with the 3060, but being able to stream and have Google Earth going at the same time is definitely an advantage of the 3090. Because then when I'm doing this, I feel like I'm using around 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Dutch, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the stream, and I hope you have a happy holidays. Have a good night. But I'll show you, this is actually the only thing that's included in the asset here. So everything else was done by me. So I'll just kind of isolate this here. But this is the asset by Don B if you want to pick it up. Again, I definitely recommend checking it out because it's really beautiful. Perfect for cities. I mean, it's definitely a showcase centerpiece asset. But most of these are PO'd. I'll try to figure out, like, so this building here was originally this big office tower. One that I've used in Pittsburgh, and it came in handy here as well, if I can find it. It might be a unique building, actually. Sometimes finding buildings is a little bit difficult, as I'm sure you all know, even with Find It. Would love a Baltimore build. I would love to take on a Baltimore build. If I had the free time, I would be doing it right now and taking this series, this Baltimore, a lot further. But time is my main restriction. So this gray building here is actually this tower. And I'll do it on stream real quick because it was actually really easy. So to get it to look like that, all I had to do was go convert it to PO. So that's Shift P. And I'll show you some quick tricks on stream here for those watching. If you just go to the customization tool, all I did was I grabbed all of these vertices, and I do it a little bit at a time, and then I just click merge to kind of bring them all together. There's no need to really be careful at this point, because all of these are just going to be going inside of the building anyways. I want to hide them inside the space. So then here, instead of merge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use flatten. And then now I can do another flatten. And then this is the one I have to be careful on, because this is what's going to be like the top of the building. Do another flatten selection here. And I can just bring this down inside of the building so it's hidden. But you'll see that there's still a few that I missed. So to grab all of those, I want to look at the asset from above. And that will allow me to grab all of those that I missed. Now I can pull those down inside of the building. And then, now that I have all of those selected, I'm going to hit merge vertices. And that creates a somewhat clean roof here. Now obviously there's a few more steps to get it to this stage. So from here, I can actually use a little bit easier tool, which is the general tool, and just stretch it out. If you drag these bars, they'll kind of drag it in the direction that they're facing. Make it a bit taller. And you can also use the page up and down keys to stretch it on every axis at once. And then the final step is just using the color map function of PO here. And because it's yellowish brick, I wanted this blue-gray, so I'd actually put it into blue here. I just drag it a little bit into the blue-grays here. Not too much though, because then it's going to be just blue, but enough just to get it like bluish-gray. Joppy, thanks for joining. I hope you have a happy holidays. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Tabi, yes, PO is my favorite mod, and it's the only mod that I would say, like, it's the mod that's made stuff like this possible. A big shout out to Simon Rear, who created PO. I don't even know what goes into something like that. Just must be a absolute genius to create a mod like that. So very happy that we have something like that for PO. But of course, I took one more step here and just copy and pasted it. And then holding down H, I can get them both to the same exact height. And there you go. That's how you easily create new buildings with PO. Obviously there's ones that are more complex than that. I'll show kind of how I built this one, because this was another cool one here. This was the asset I started out with. And I'll show the building I was trying to recreate so you can get an idea of my thought process here. So this building is a stand-in for this Truist, or I guess what used to be SunTrust building. So to start off, I'm using this BB office, and I'm going to immediately PO this. And to easily do this, what I did was, in PO, grab this with the general tool, and while holding control and dragging up, I can duplicate it along the plane. So that's an easy way to get it right above the asset that I want and make it taller. And now that I've done that, you can see that there's like some texture issues. So all I have to do to combat that is just to squeeze it a little bit in both directions, just the tiniest amount. And that will get rid of that like clipping of textures. And then it seems like I made it like a little bit taller, but what I did was I made both of these scaled up one before I dragged it up. But no issues with doing that after the fact either. Now I just have to drag this up once again and match. Now you'll see it's a different color, and it's not possible to get that color with the color map, right? So an extra step, if you want to make something a lighter color than the asset already is, you can use the text customization tool, and you'll get an image of the color map here in the top right or top left hand side of the screen, or depending on where you have PO, it might be different. I add a color rectangle here, and the default is white. So I'll show you. I just drag it over the texture map, and I have a knowledge already of where I want to draw it on this map. But you can, if you're not sure, you can grab it and kind of drag it around and see in real time what it's covering. But since I already know it's at the top here, I'm going to place it right up here and make these both 0, because I want this right in the top left corner. And now that I have it white, what I can do is click this box and bring it down into the grays. So I can make it colors that you normally wouldn't be able to. Now with these, you want to lower the opacity a bit, or else you're going to lose all of that texture detail. So if I bring this like 75% and then darken it a bit, you can see how I achieve that gray color. But hopefully that explains the text customization tool a little bit. And then an easy way to apply this to the bottom instead of doing all these steps again. Oh, Mary, have a good night. Thanks for joining. Is I click this button here, and this is the copy button. And now I can select this building, go back to text customization, and I can just paste my work there. So it's just a simple click, and that's done. That's another building done. And that's kind of my thought process with recreating these buildings. Of course, I have my procedural objects tutorial if you want to watch that. I try to just go over the basics for any beginners looking to learn procedural objects. If you want to get into the more advanced features, I would recommend checking out Comrade Intense's videos on it. Or just watching Dirty H or some of the other detailers. Just watching other people use it and play around with the mod is one of the best ways to learn it, I find. But that was my Baltimore build, and yeah. I guess if there's anything else you guys like to see, I think I'm ready to start wrapping up the stream here. But I'll leave you with a nice view of High Falls, and I'll do a short Q&A if anyone has any questions about the projects. I'd be happy to answer. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. It's been great. I think we've been streaming now for... Let me check. It's been a while since I've checked here. We started at 1 o'clock and it's now 5:36, so yeah, 4.5 hour stream. It's been great, and I think I'm going to start doing this more often. I really had a great time chatting with everyone, and everyone getting a chance to join and see the cities live. So yeah, if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to share anything at all. Oh, I see now, DeBrain. I'm sorry, I missed your question earlier. Has anyone ever gone around to the Cathedral of Learning? That is my #1 most, I guess, anticipated asset. I've been asking around for an entire year to try to get someone to be able to commission that. But because of the architecture of it, the late Gothic Revival architecture and the scale, it's just such a massive building that it's hard to find anyone that would be interested in taking it on. What I'm trying to say. I did reach out to Mac Welshman because they're, obviously a professional 3D artist, but their work is absolutely amazing, and it was 100% worth the price that they quoted me, and I mean that. They showed me their process and what they were going to do with it, and I was very impressed, but unfortunately it was just out of my budget, and I couldn't afford to commission it from an artist like Mac Welshman. But I'm looking for 3D artists who would be interested in taking it on. Thomas, yes, you're very much welcome, and thank you for subbing to the channel. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you enjoy the videos. 20 episodes of Pittsburgh and 4 episodes of Rochester are out now, and plenty more planned for the future. Yeah, DeBreen, that is the #1 asset. I feel like Pittsburgh will not be complete until I get that finished, so I am very much looking for someone to create it. I recently started creating 3D models myself with the help of Marijuana teaching me, but obviously I don't have the skill to pull off something like that yet. I can show, though, this is major spoilers, but I will show it to you who have stuck around. just as a little thank you, but I am in progress with making a Rochester asset here, and I'm really happy with how this is turning out. But this is actually my second 3D model I've ever made, and this is the One Clinton Center in Rochester. It's not completely finished yet, as you can see by the entrance being black, but I'm really happy with how this is turning out so far. I'd say it's about 60% complete. Abrams, welcome. Thank you for joining. Unfortunately, I'm just about to end the stream. We've been going for about 4.5 hours here, but it's been a great time talking to everyone, and I appreciate you joining in. I hope you're having a happy holidays. And thank you, Tavi. I really appreciate that too. This is the first time I've ever streamed. Really winging it here. I had no idea how to stream on YouTube. So I'm glad everything worked out well. I hope you've enjoyed the music and the narration. And I know I've enjoyed talking to everybody. It's been very enjoyable, so I'm looking forward to doing this more often. It's okay. I will be posting the stream later on tonight for any of those who want to check it out, because I did like a 3-hour city tour of Pittsburgh, showing off basically every nook and cranny of the city, all the details, hidden Easter eggs. I definitely recommend checking it out if you missed the stream, but totally understand. It's Christmas, it's the holidays. I hope everyone's enjoying their holidays, and I'm just happy that I got a chance to talk to some of y'all. I'll show off a few more details in Rochester as I'm wrapping up here, but if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Just doing a little bit of Q&A as I wrap up the stream. Cleveland when? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I have to admit it was in my top 5 for cities, but it was just a little bit too flat for me. I wanted something with more terrain features, more challenges, and Cleveland just was not the city that I end up going with. I'm very excited to take Rochester further, and Pittsburgh, of course. But when Pittsburgh wraps up, I will be looking at adding a new city. I don't have any plans in store for that next city, and I imagine it might be on the next city Skylines, if that ends up releasing with the time frame I'm working with here. But yes, I do have plans on taking a third city and applying this project to it at some point one day. But yes, I just want to give a chance for everyone to ask any questions quickly at the end here. It looks like we still got like 30 people watching. But yeah, just kind of wrapping up. Thank you all again so much for joining. It's been great showing off these cities and talking to everybody. And I hope you all have a wonderful holidays and New Year. Hopefully do this more often. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. And I hope you have a great weekend too. See you around. I will leave you all with a nice view here as I wrap up the stream. If I can just get my camera right. Take care, everybody.